Hey!
We have to
all these things that we'll be saying, we'll be talking. Bumi, thank you.
Thank you, Bumi. Welcome, everybody. We are the Common Sense Sisters. We just realized that there has not been volume since the past 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Jesus.
Thanks to Bimi.
And it goes
Bimi D.
So we made you people to be doing lip sync. Reading lips. We are sorry. D.
Yeah, we're starting again. Let's reverse.
Welcome to our YouTube channel. We are the Common Sense Sisters.
Yes. Thank you, BBG, for saving the day.
Mute what he wants to stain our whites. We never agreed.
We are the Common Sense Sisters.
Yes, my name is Ella.
My name is Yo-Yo, the one and only Common Sense Sisters
Yes.
of the universe X, on heaven, in Mars, but not in hell.
Anybody else is a counterfeit. You know what I'm saying?
Welcome to our live show. This is the Everyday Saturday Live Debate. You're welcome here.
Remember to subscribe, like, share. Today's topic is very, very hot. I was saying you all should appreciate my sister.
Yes.
You cannot hear me because she made my hair for me literally a few hours ago. Thank you. Now you only you go do hair, only you go tell me say I'm fine.
Yeah, beautiful
Sister of grace. Okay, y'all. Please hit the like button as you're coming in. Put up a poll there to remind you people of some things to do. For example, like, share, subscribe. If you have done it, complete the poll. Because
Amaka said, wait, whoa, I was thinking to Amaka, why did you not comment that you were not hearing us?
Now mute. The mute want to stain my wife, but not today because a lot has happened this week. And we are here to celebrate the mass of the week.
Yes. Today's topic, please wear your cape of common sense and objective and authentic lenses. Okay? Okay. And what is the topic of today?
Make I go find it.
Let's go and find the topic of today. You know,
sorry, y'all.
A lot of things.
The topic today is about our black Nigerian men.
Nigerian men, the white
black. Maybe there's some white Nigerians. Never see white Nigerians.
Black men.
Have you not seen white Nigerians these days?
Black men.
You never see the ones that they speak Pidgin for Instagram.
You know what I'm saying?
Nigerian by nationalization. You never see them because obviously
who nationalized them?
Women not give them passports.
Who nationalized
they
them?
nationalized it to the country now.
By when?
The way our first lady nationalized it to Dubai. Now so they say that. Sorry, my dears. So this pretty girl on the screen right here. Let me remove our this thing that is blocking her face. Oh, you can see her face on the other side.
Yeah.
Anyways. made this comment like a week ago.
It's her quotes.
Her quotes. We've got part of the quote. It says, "I have dated many nationalities.
Too many
nationalities. And dating a black man is like going in a mass.
No, they will define it. What means is let's see how intelligent people are.
You really want to define
you can easily go mental.
Yes, so
that's what this pretty African lady is saying. And we said to ourselves, wow, this is a good debate topic.
Yeah, especially during this kind of week. We say it's very
because
good
this has been a tumultuous week.
A lot of things have been happening, and we are here to get down to business.
Yes. Also, there are stories, you know, on Twitter, people open up their hearts, and when we see things like this, we say, why don't we bring it to the platform for debates to take place? Okay. So we have a couple of stories today, and we crave your indulgence.
Crave your indulgence
and your intelligence.
As you could have seen from the name of the title of the video, you know. Some men will stay your white. Some of us are wearing whites today, others are not wearing it. We said they will be the ones to define what white
means. Define what white means to you, because in this context, white is not a color. White is a name to you. White is a person, a place, but not a thing. Because now, when you come and someone will come and tell me that jig we clean it. There's some white that we stain.
Pamoya stain your white, jig not clean. And pamoya is healthy. Talk less of things that are not so healthy staining your white.
When there's an emotional stain.
Not be everybody get white too. So this only applies to people that have white.
No, people will define what their white is.
Some people don't get white. Maybe this video is not about if you don't have white, this is not about So let's go to the first
story of the day.
Hand,
okay, let's take it to the
we
first
start with Bobiana the Builder. Bobiana, you know who Bobiana the Builder is?
I don't know. We'll go find out now.
Okay. With the recent happenings of the week, one of our Nollywood veteran actresses has come out to give this quote on her Instagram page. She says, "Dear women, know this and have your peace. Personally, I do not believe in the philosophy of building with a man, which is why I started working at the age of 9 with my mom up until date. But if you believe in building with a man, reasonable and fair enough. Just make sure you build yourself as you are building with him or her. Do not give up your life and career for anyone or anything. Build and other things will fall into place. A self-sufficient and reliant woman or man has no fear when the unexpected happens." Quote number 1. Quote number 2. Don't suffer with any man, no. If he doesn't have money, leave him.
It is Josephine that said it. It is
not us.
It is Josephine.
We will stop sharing. At this point, we will come back to yours and
let's
be chatting and seeing what's going on. We see
Monica Fernandez.
Hey, Monica.
Hola.
Greetings.
Yes.
Amaka is already asking a question. Amaka said, does it mean she dated millions of black men and millions of other races to be able to make this conclusion?
It is a conclusion.
I didn't know. We have to ask her.
She said, I have dated too many nationalities. And out of the nationalities, she said she has dated. Dating a black man. Dating black man is like going in a maze. Now you are the one who's supposed to go and Google what maze is.
Because we have to go and
Google. By the time you Google, I'm not going to tell them. By the time you Google the definition of maze, you understand why she said that. Okay? You can easily go mental. Those were these beautiful women.
I'm on a mental case. Start to the craze. Now hey, Monica say, "Hola, amore." It doesn't mean that they shout this amore for us. No, we don't make it Italian. Amore.
Monica. Now, I want people have taken the first 2 things. Now, one from Josephine and the other one from Georgina or no. I used to be Nollywood actress. That's going to take us to story.
No, why are we going to story? Let's ask the first. You people that have dated black men before, even people that are black men too, with the recent things happening in the society today, please let us know.
Please ask.
Is it a mental case to be in love with your kind?
With your race and your kind and your tribe. Your culture. Did you find yourself going in a maze?
Were you going mental? Are you going mental?
Don't ask me the definition of maze because you all are there. We are not seeing your face. go to the dictionary and check meaning of mace. Because we were check.
Mm-hmm.
Were you going mental?
Mm.
Or did they stain your whites?
Mm.
You know, did they stain your whites?
Yeah, because a lot of Nigerian women have been saying this thing in the past weeks.
Mm.
Nigerian men, they will stain your white. They will stain your white. So I know we have a lot of active Nigerian men on this platform. We hope to hear from them as well because they're always contributing. We have the good ones, at least ones that we know. We're gonna need their help, because some Nigerian women have questions that they need.
I'm not gonna say I know what mace is and have gone through a few mace obstacles. And I still not get her because it is her own name. What do you call it? Struggle.
And this woman is not even Nigerian.
No,
so
she's not Nigerian.
About black men.
I think
she's
Kenyan.
We are Nigerians and we are narrowing it down to our own Nigerian society.
No, why? Why you the narrow? You say black men.
Black men.
You say black men. You come. No, narrated this thing. You know.
What I'm saying is screams of
self-hate. Why do you think so?
Some people might have preference.
Why do you think so?
Some people might have preference.
Not be so lean. The other day, go carry Femi, go Kenya. When Femi collect all
that Kenyan
900,000 Kenyan shillings
from her. All these people that they used to call Femi.
Okay, I'm not gonna say self. I meant okay. You know, some men will disgrace you. Some men will disgrace you. Some men will stain your white. Some men will disgrace you.
My lipstick never stained my white. Now more now go and make it stain my white.
It depends on what you define as white.
Wow.
You know, I want to know. And for the men, you know, let's say, have they been a mess in somebody's life?
Have you also caused pain
to somebody?
Or to a black woman?
Or has somebody caused pain to you?
This one's not about them. We're not saying black women are a mess to black
men.
So we're talking about the women. We're asking the men questions.
Because women are going through a lot these days. And they've been going through a lot. Some people will speak up, some people cannot speak up. So, and then you see that it's tough. I think we should go to the story. Okay. It's tough. It's tough. I think when we go to the story, Amaka, you see the best for this girl. I don't care who she wants to date. Red, yellow, or orange. You not call white, oh. Amaka, you see how you call orange na primary color? No. Yellow na primary color? No. So you guys miss something to get orange and something to get
find out
yellow.
I beg. First, not retain this thing.
No, go story.
Okay, let's go to the story. The actual story.
Yeah. So we'll put it in we have stories now, right? So we'll put the stories there. You know,
context, you will understand what.
Yeah. So let's go to story number 1.
Okay, where
is the talking down that I go feel
Wait. Okay, make we start with this guy. Let's start with this guy.
Okay, now we'll start.
We're starting now. People are still commenting. Egos has said it's not a race issue.
It's an individual issue and their motives.
Wise man. Wisdom. Okay, make we start with story number 1. You please read on.
This is from Mark Furniture, and he's talking like this. Mark Furniture is a man. He said, I don't like hurting women, but I am definitely going to break this one's heart so bad that she will quit being a hungry girl in her life. So I met this girl about 5 years ago when I was really still struggling in life. I liked her and she liked me too. But she doesn't want to date me because I was really broke. She didn't put it that way then, but with what happened recently, it became evident that she rejected me then because I was broke. I was her best friend back in the days. That's what it meant. We vibed and spent a lot of time together. At some point, I asked her out, but she turned me down, giving me different excuses. The major excuse being that she isn't ready for any relationship at that point. She even asked us to both wait for 6 months and see what happens between us. Like we could date after studying each other for about 6 months kind of thing, right? The guy said, I'm a cute guy. And I had a lot of babes flocking. But I decided to lay them all off because I really loved this girl. So I agreed with the 6 months plan. Just 2 weeks into the plan, this babe agreed to date another guy because she found out that the guy was going to travel out the following month to Dubai. Now, this girl began to ignore me And she even slapped me on a particular night because I won't stop going to wait at her gate to just see her. Wow, a man in love.
Oh, wow.
Well,
for Bible not to read this one.
Well. Mark Furniture said, I took my leg, which I mean is L, dusted myself and moved on. Lovey-dovey pictures of she and the guy began flying up and down her status. 1 month reached, the guy flew out. Their love continued. He began sending stuff like phones, money, and all for this girl. She began living the life on a low. She was really pressing my neck. In my neck area back then, man. Sure, I faced my hustle. In my little way, I started grinding too. About 2 years later, the guy dumped her. Happened that I already left the area within those 2 years. We had known each other on WhatsApp, but she totally ignored me, and I ignored too. So early this year, I got a gig, and I decided to go chill in that same Dubai that was her reason for dumping me. She saw the in-flight pictures I posted on my WhatsApp. WhatsApp doesn't do people holla. Now Zook. You guys say she saw the in-flight pictures I posted on my WhatsApp and pictures of me doing stuff in Dubai. And she came straight into my DM telling me how I ignored her. How I just moved on without asking questions. ETC. Now she's already selling the I have always loved you. I needed you to push harder. Trash to me, telling me how much she can't wait to see me. She's begging that we start all over again. I'm flying into the country in 2 weeks. I will accept her offer and act like I have forgiven her. I will fuck her like the thief that she is for the next 4 months. Now, wow. The man say, I will spoil her with things and make sure she falls deeply in love. Her birthday's in August. I will organize a birthday party for her and break up with her in the middle of it. I am staying
Wicked!
Let's go back to the
What if this guy name so that I know
Mark Furniture.
Mark Furniture. Sorry, my dear.
Go back to the congregation.
Congregation in the house. Testing the microphone.
Who
are you people here?
Let's say hello to someone.
Oh yes. Oh, the night. Welcome, Toby.
Toby say keep it black.
Keep it black. Okay, we'll be general. We should not be saying Nigerian.
Yes.
Just say black. Okay.
We should keep it black. Yeah.
Sorry if I sleep and say Nigerian.
You cannot be sorry for sleeping.
Definitely.
If you know what just keep her black, waiting
black. You never go back. So women will differ. Baba, there's a better one that was black for many years, but has gone white right now. But men will not talk. What? Monica is laughing. Say Pepe them gang.
Now, Mark Furniture. Did Ella just say?
The man say we fuck her for 4 months. Now that's why I say Otapia.
Yes,
like, I know Otapia is rat poison, but he wiping at the
man said. Now the man talk nice. The man said for 4 months he will be giving to her straight. As if fuck is the woman's. Let's even start. I will just leave this thing like this. Yeah. Let's even start from the history of this thing. The guy, first of all, how we started the live video, we showed you some first posts from this girl that's saying dating a black man can make you go mess, can make you go mental and whatnot. She's dated different nationalities. And the second post from a veteran actress where she stated that people should not beat anybody, or if you are beating with somebody, make sure you are beating yourself up at the same time. Another lady said, if he's broke, leave him alone. Don't build with anybody, you know. Then this guy has come out now to say, this is the first guy that is talking today. He's saying that, back then when he was broke 5 years ago, he liked a girl. And, she did not like him, according to him, because he's poor. Or he was poor at the time. He did everything. He go on a gate and wait for her. Gave her. They had 6 months to get to know themselves. Yeah, it's the girl that defines that 6 months.
Yes.
They should wait for like 6 months and study. And the guy agreed. But within
the 6 months, she got a meet and that guy.
2 weeks into it now.
She went. She saw that guy now that he was also balling, and she fell for that one. Leaving him. I am dry.
She was looking at the Dubai in question. The lady was looking to the future, but my furniture was looking at the present. And trying to stay committed. And Toby say, no, keep it black. It wasn't for you guys, for women in general.
Oh,
I
okay.
see.
I didn't tell a woman say black is the way to.
I see. We know saying I know. We know. No wala.
Anyways,
So now
Marcus furniture guy has made money.
Furniture.
He's still keeping that girl that treated him like trash. He's still keeping her contact to.
My Furniture gets self-love for himself.
He doesn't have self-love.
Because now he's going to spend for all these 4 months of fucking. He said, who has told you that the woman is going to fall in love? That's the thing.
This is what a black man is thinking.
Please put the link there.
We should put the link.
Hey, you won't go to the next story. I want to come and talk about this thing.
Next story. So our question for this life. What are our question for this life?
My question is, what is your white? Define your white.
While this woman is moving on with her life, kind of, the person that she said no to is plotting to make her fall in love with him.
No, because the lady has come back to say that she's always loved him. She just wanted him to push harder. Okay, madam, you wanted him to push harder. Why did you not just tell him that? Go and work on yourself. Get something doing.
She didn't like him in the first place.
She probably didn't.
And even if she goes back, she goes with him because of the money, and he knows that. So what makes you think that you are helping her to change her ways from being, quote unquote, in love with you because of money?
He say he wants to teach her a lesson.
Which lesson are you teaching?
Which lesson are you teaching her? With your money.
With your money.
Baba, why do you want to spend money?
And why are you looking for a woman that will be struggling with you?
Why do you want to spend money on? Say the guy said, I'm going to be wicked, right? Why do you want to spend money on wickedness? Wickedness is supposed to be free.
He's giving him pleasure. No?
It's giving him pleasure.
It's giving him pleasure. It's giving him pleasure. So my own is, why did you want somebody to start from the bottom with you?
Yep.
After all these recent stories that let's just leave it like this because of the Wi-Fi. After all these recent stories that we've been seeing with some women who started from the bottom with their men, but see what's going on around in the world today, in the society at large, why are some men still looking for who will start from the bottom with them?
Another thing is that when somebody shows you who they are by not being committed, so even just the thing the girl said 6 months and she didn't stick to the commitment. First of all, if integrity is a value system, something that you value the most, it's a way for you to say, okay, this girl, she's not somebody that can be trusted. When you have agreement with her, but no. So because of knack, so you were also keeping tabs on the girl's
progress in life.
So you still kept her phone number. You were still looking at her status online and all those. Baba, you know, getting work. So because of this girl now, the rejection and following another man is what made you go and hustle. Now you hustle now, you are going to the same Dubai to pepper them.
To come back to the same girl that rejected you and even slapped you.
He did not come back. The girl came back and is accepting.
Yeah, he said he's going back to Nigeria now.
And he's going to accept.
He's going to spoil her silly. You know, then fuck her for 4 months and then throw birthday party for her.
This is why they left you in the first place.
Can you imagine?
Because you don't have purpose. You don't have a man that has purpose doesn't have time to be doing this thing. Like I say, in this day and age, he's talking about fucking a woman as if he doesn't take to fuck. My sister.
Both man should not serve and he go spread on top that the guy na mugu.
That's it. You know, it is. You see, President has said it because why would you allow yourself to be used twice?
You don't have self-worth. So now all the girl is bringing to the table now is just to fuck you. In the fucking you, she's going to get gifts. She's going to get surprise birthday party. She's going to get the knacking if you are good at what you do there. And you know, but all you are bringing is to you.
You are paying for the knacks.
Doing repay back. But
with
to
your
her,
money.
She's probably getting more. What makes you think that if you spoil her with money and knacks or whatever, she will fall in love with you?
What makes you think that the girl is looking for love?
You know, my own root cause of this, because he was accusing the baby. He said, you know, he was looking for who to, when he was struggling, he was looking for who we align with his struggle. My question now, apart from all this heartbreak and whatnot, is why do some people think that women are obligated to struggle with somebody?
Yeah.
Like, I don't. Why does your struggle need a partner? Why can't you struggle?
Why can't you struggle by yourself? That's the question I have.
For those who are currently struggling with people, for those who don't currently struggle, wherever you are on this struggle plane, let us know. Will you struggle with somebody?
Yeah.
And what are your reasons why and why not? Yeah. You will not struggle with somebody.
Oh yeah. I think it's important to ask that question. So we have the link. While people are getting ready because to come into the studio, yeah, will you struggle with somebody? And if somebody says no, they don't want to struggle with you, how would you take it? Because it's their right not to want to struggle with you.
And also think about struggling too. Is it just a black man thing? Is it just black men that ask black women to struggle with them?
Yeah.
Or do men of other races ask the same thing of women to other races?
Yeah.
Because let us know in the comments because I'm always hearing all this. When I was with her, I mean, when we were together, now that my wife is enjoying my money, she struggled with me together, and now we'll be the one to enjoy it. All my ex-girlfriends that left me when I was poor, they will not see this kind of my money. Like, why do you think a woman is obligated to be with you when you are struggling?
And then when finally you find somebody who's going to be with you through your struggling day, why is that? When you are celebrating her being with you, you have to bring your baggage of the past, of those that turned you down, and say, those of you that turned me down now, see where you would have been. That means you never moved on.
And some of these men, they will have all these men that struggle with them, yet they will still make the woman go mental.
Yes!
They will still make, we know them. They know. They don't know us, but we know them.
There are so many women that they've actually like been there. Either because that's how they've been groomed or that's who they are. And they get to the point where these men will take advantage of them like silly. And in part of taking advantage of them, they lose all their self-worth as a woman, because this is the only person that has promised them that they know, that they trusted, and they believe that this person, no matter what, cannot betray them, because they were there together through the sacrificial days, being together, everything.
And sometimes too, also because society has kind of preach that thing to women of one man. If you are with your first man and maybe he's showing you love, he has promised you marriage or whatever, that's the man that you should be with. So even if you are struggling together, you will struggle together
because the end goal
is that you will build. You will be helping the man,
because most of them forget about themselves.
Then years down the line, when something happens, it's like that's it. It's like you're giving your life to this person, and they just created,
and you don't know how to function.
They just destroyed you. You don't know how to function. You don't know how to exist without this person that has stabbed you so bad.
Yeah.
So I really want to know this thing, and we are narrowing it down to the black race, because obviously the stories will be seen online, and we'll be talking about a different story very soon. It's mostly about black men and what they are putting black men through. And why is it that black women are always at the receiving end of this kind of madness?
I say they say misery loves company. That's very true. And it's funny how people don't think of this statement in context of relationship. They only think of it in terms of maybe somebody's going through individual pain. Yeah.
Maka is saying something.
Maka say, if I was younger and have time for experiments and living on the bottom, sure, we'll struggle it out. But as a grown woman, I beg, no time to check time. I ain't struggling for nothing. It is just a number. What do you think?
She said she was younger, and her younger self might have thought of that.
I know.
But now as a grown person,
I've never thought about struggling with somebody. I cannot.
No. Like, why? My own is that if you are a struggling person, why do you want a co-struggler? Like, why is it necessary for somebody to be there with you while you are at the beginning days of
your own life purpose?
Because at the end of the day, you hear things like, this woman has been with this man for so long. She gave him everything, gave him children, gave him a life, gave him blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, now that he's rich, he's making money, he now left her.
Yeah.
After he left her, the men will now say, now that he has money, now he has more options. Meaning that when he was poorer, he did not have options to chase his desires. So you have women who are there, some women who are there struggling with some men. The men are just technically just passing time with you because you are probably the only one that said yes to them.
Yeah, and also for the fact that some of the black men in this contest, most times the woman doesn't live her own purpose while on the same struggle journey.
But whose fault is that? That's not the fault of the man, because the man is selfish enough to know he has purpose. His purpose, another person is their purpose to fulfill his own purpose.
A co-struggler and a struggling.
No, and a struggling. A co-struggler. Like, why the hell do you need somebody to be there with you when you're grinding? When the vision is for you.
then you need to use people to get to that
your vision. You know, because some men will also come and say, when I was doing the studies, going to the medical school or whatnot, she was not the one reading with me now. What does she mean by starting from the bottom? Did she also have anything when we were together? The woman will say no, but you forget that when you go to your as Nigerian relationship, tell me if I'm wrong, you people. When you will go to your medical school medical exam, I be the girl will cook when you come back. When you will eat food, that be all those different things. Maybe they're not a married couple. Maybe she'll be the one taking care of their children at home, doing all.
While he's going for residency,
for residency, you know, maybe some people who even become intercontinental couples, long distance relationship. The man might go abroad. The woman will be at the forefront at home, you know, be the primary caregiver. You know, they will give so much, but because maybe they're not bringing any money to the home, then it's just overlooked.
They don't value some of these black men don't value the emotional support and the fact that the woman keeps the home. She helps to keep the home front,
or even sometimes relationship, because you need emotional support in relationship.
For those when they inside relationship,
sometimes you need emotional support. It's hard now when you go to work or their whatnot to come back home and have somebody free of charge. Not be this the way they pay for therapy. You have free of charge to ask you, how are you doing? Oh, my employer just annoyed me today at work. You have somebody that will be there to help you through that whole way. You know, at the end of the day,
listen to
you must still live on. For the person when not struggle with you.
Now all of a sudden the woman is not your class. The woman is not your stuff. She's not your caliber. You know you can't. I say, you will hear some black men say, I can't present her in public to my peers. I mean, how will people see me with this my class of woman that is not exposed, that doesn't have etiquette? She can't really talk well. She can't really answer some questions. She can't really hold the fork and knife well. She can't really do this. Amaka say a good example is Kevin Hart's story. Immediately he got famous and made his money. His wife Tori became a history. We saw that. We saw that.
That's another thing. Also, another thing is that some men too, as you are with them while they are struggling this thing. Sometimes maybe you hear some women that have been, you hear things that after I gave you 8 years of my life, maybe that's not also proposed to them. Or sometimes so then they will propose to them. Well, I heard the story now. Some people they will propose to them, or they will be engaged for 16 years.
Lordess of the rings.
Lady of the ring.
Lady Moon. Lady Moon.
Yeah, they're gonna do #Black Love, Strong Love, Longest Together. Oh, my man,
we did that for 7 years, and we've been engaged for additional 7 years, so we've known each other for
a long time. You know, there will be no this relationship. One day, the man will just up and ghost them.
Yes.
This is their black man, doing it to their black woman, we ghost them. Sometimes he will leave them for the total opposites. Sometimes the woman has changed to be what the man wanted. Let's say she has bleached her skin. She was a black woman, she bleached her skin.
Because the man is always saying that
fair girls are nice.
No, you would have been nicer if
you were brighter. He toned her skin. From nowhere, after she has struggled with him for let's say approximately 14 years, he will still leave her for the blackest woman. So for somebody else, that is totally opposite of what she is and what she brings to.
Could it be that for the women, if you decide to struggle, you too would struggle in relationship with the man you're with or whatever it is, the black man you're with? Could it be that you too also be having your own also
exit plan just in case? Because these days we thought it's so vaccine. Some of you women, some of them they need exit plan. Just it's like a first aid box. Box. You just need it in your house for emergencies. If anything goes wrong, you grab the box and make do.
I think if you have something doing with your life, the first aid box will always be there.
To be there now.
Mentally.
But some people don't have first aid box. They wait for disaster to happen. And then
before they go and look for, they go and shop for first aid box online.
For example, if I'm cutting onions in the house with a new knife, I always cut my hand with a new knife. I know that at the back of my head. So we always have bandage in the house. Yeah. For example, if I'm not prepared for the cuts, from now I'm going to use tissue paper. They hold this thing. But if you already planned ahead of time, you know, like you are securing yourself, you have insurance on your own self, then no matter.
Then when surprises like this happen, you're like, okay, dusted, I'm going.
I'm going. I love myself enough to leave this toxic situation.
Yes, and it will be part of their past story. It will not make it a continuous story. So you think that you have the right to if you are not,
you are right, and the resources to move.
Yes, exactly.
That's why I'm saying, Maka, you are so right. They look for their level after making it. It's a gamble that's not what. It's very, very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. Yeah. And I think that there are many human beings that do this. And since I'm talking about black men today, there are many black men that do this.
Many.
Many.
Very many. And they see it as what people
It's like
call
a game.
Cruise. Yes.
Cruise. It's like a game. How can you gamble with somebody's heart like that?
Somebody's life.
Your black woman that you're supposed to love.
And these
honor.
men will do everything that even beyond what people will define as love. You know, will you call it being a psychopath?
I don't know what we'll call it. So some of them will toast you. You know, have you ever? So some women have you ever been toasted by some Nigerian men? Hey!
Some people will even go and do introduction to your family. They will be discussing with your parents,
discussing with your parents every single day. At the end of the day, they go see shit on you. They will still have a baby on you. They will still do all. So it's like, why would you do this to the one that's supposed to be the queen of your heart?
Toby, the ninth of the squad. Toby, are you right there?
Hello, my people.
How you doing?
Well, I am good. How you guys doing?
We're good.
Yeah. If you hear noise in the background, I'm driving, so I'm about to park.
Okay.
But
park first. We'll be holding up the fort, but let us know when you parked.
Okay. All right.
We'll be holding
all
up.
right. Sure.
Amaka is saying, sorry, I don't like anytime somebody is driving.
Like this is because you can.
Yeah, I don't want anything to happen.
Yeah,
so Amaka is saying at least one, at least the one that got engaged is better. The other one that will be giving promise ring apparently. That one of the girls I know in college got a promise.
I know people when they get promise ring. There's no difference between the promise ring and the engagement.
There's a difference. So
what is the difference?
They have not engaged you. Promise ring is different from will you marry me. Promise me is I promise you I will always be there. You know me, I will marry you. I used to see all those nonsense promise ring in Nigerian film. After the guy has been waiting for 5 years, he will go prepare dinner, everything, give the speech of like, oh my God, you were there with me. We were struggling, you were there. Now it's time for us to enjoy together. I just want to promise.
And so the girl will begin to cry.
You go to cry. You know, he will not bring that box. If it's not hearing, it's promise ring. Baba,
on necklace.
Baba, you are a madman. You are a mad.
I don't park. I can't laugh.
Wow.
Not too much.
But he's not here with you.
Not too much, my people.
How far now? You know, see as Mark Furniture, they plan how he wants to be wicked with this baby.
Before I go to that, common sense sisters. I have had an amazing week. I'm still having an amazing week so far.
That's good.
Because it's my birthday this week. April 25th. Was a Monday.
So show your face now. May we sing now.
Sing maybe
show your face. Let us sing.
I just part down. Wait,
make
I
see. And let.
I'm very bashful. I'm shy.
Before then, if you are in the comment section, please be typing happy birthday to Toby. It's the night of the common sense.
The night of sense.
I will not have two. Okay, this is the one and only night of the common sense until he decides to remove himself.
So remove the government.
No, never. Our union is forever. April 25th. Yeah, that was a Monday. I turned 20. I turned 26 on April 25th.
What melody would you like us to sing for you? Do we go the
I like the Robo version, the one we did that day. I like that one.
Just wait. We know say we won't sing this kind of one for you now. We know go empty-handed. So just give me 1 minute.
What did I want to do?
I will read the birthday message.
Almost. This ceremony.
Say happy birthday, fellow April baby. Yes, our president's birthday. April 18th. Yes. Oh, the people that are the oil of this channel. The crypto magic say, I see what you go bring now. Okay, I see. Are you okay?
So now.
Since we should go to Niger Delta.
We know say for Niger Delta, we know they come
naked. Yeah. Yes, so
since we not get like cola nuts for house, we get
now wow. Now wow, today not today.
Since no cola nut for house now, the orange too far. We know go see the saucer. So we say make we bring pan. Yes. Too much.
April kids were special.
What we sing for time to sing for
But two of them join together now.
No,
separate.
Everybody get to customize this thing. I not be they mix night with Presido.
Yeah.
I not be they mix.
We said democracy.
Okay, now.
Well, no. We have the constitution has to be separate because the energy is different.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you.
No worry.
You want
to
go
freestyle?
drum?
Go freestyle. No, go freestyle.
Happy birthday to you, Toby. Happy birthday to you, Toby. Happy birthday to you, Toby.
That's a groove. And a groove for you.
For all the common sense when you they contribute to this platform. Happy birthday to you, Toby. Happy birthday to you, Toby. Continuous support, contribution. Happy birthday.
Oh my God.
Toby. Happy birthday to you, Toby. Hey!
Hooray! Thank you guys. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Amazing. Thank you.
Amaka go be after. Amaka go be after. So be how you can celebrate the birthday now?
I don't know. I mean, I took I did a lot of things. Friends, family. I had a little shindig with some friends. Vacation, took time to rest. I still have plans for today. You know, yeah. I mean,
they learn to love yourself like this. So
see, as night.
When have you ever taken yourself out on a vacation?
I mean, like, you know, who's that one? It was Wonder Barton who said, "Problem in no the finish. Make you try to enjoy."
Make you try to enjoy.
Yes, so no allow.
You are a correct guy for taking care of yourself.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
You are also
you.
a correct
Thank
guy
you,
for
guys.
acknowledging your birthday and choosing to be celebrated.
Of course.
Hey, gang.
Because some
My
men
head.
know they like to celebrate their birthday or celebrate themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. I feel very blessed and special, and I'm like, it doesn't matter what's going on this week. I gotta be on the show today. I gotta come on this show. I gotta announce to you guys. First of all, it's my birthday, and I cannot. This is church, man. I can't miss church now. It's gonna be sacrilegious for me to miss church. Are you kidding me? So I came to pay homage to you, our priestesses, all wise ones.
Priestess is like this. Be wow, people when they give you title.
I said I can't miss the shrine. I cannot miss the shrine. I have to come and respect the priestesses. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome. We wish you long life.
Yes.
And
Peace.
prosperity. EPP.
Yes, good
More
health,
money.
more money.
Hey, gang. Amen. Oh.
Stress, more common
Amen. Oh.
things when you they ask
Good things when you
they
did.
ask you
when
they
you dey
seek
sick.
for you go find
Yeah.
As
people
you
just
have,
they come.
Amen.
as you have put common sense and you
On
have
this
put
spot.
on your back, say you go to share your common sense with the world through this
Yeah.
channel, you will never ever lack in
Amen.
everything.
Amen. He said, Amen.
It come easy to you, easy to you.
Thank
No,
you.
but because in you to the night.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys. All right. Now that we got all those pleasantries out of the way, let's hit the ground running.
Please come answer our questions from Black women.
Now,
Look.
Tommy,
Yeah, hit me. I'm ready.
the thing we say you hear the when we go the whole thing from Mark Furniture and the guy talking about
Yeah.
this lady, blah blah blah, 5 years ago and all, and the plans that he has after hustling when he's so
They enjoying the fruit of
his labor.
And being with a woman that likes for him, most part.
He's traveling to Dubai. That's in Dubai. It's not bad, but his plan is that he's coming back. We accept the woman's love, but just to
wound her, break her heart at the end of the day.
Like a payback thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a payback.
But the payback is not even cheap. He's even going to spend on the payback. He say he go knock her for 4 months. He go spoil am silly.
Throw her a birthday party.
Her birthday is in August, and then
I can imagine somebody just plotting like this. My own birthday is in August.
And not be you, but
your own birthday is in August. So it's like these 4 months, they will be giving you plenty gifts, everything. All you have to do is just to knock the man for free.
The man said you go knock the. He said I will knock her for 4 months.
Make her fall in love with me.
Because he believes if he knock her, he will fall in love.
And if he buys her the gifts which he could not afford in the beginning, that
she will fall in love with him.
Yeah, look, guys, that's just petty. That's just petty. It's look, guy, just learn to move on. If you are listening, if you're watching this show, take it from another man, just move on. You know, it doesn't matter what a lady did to you when you were whatever. These things happen. You know, how about the things you have done to somebody else? You know, so that's how these things work. For you to take time and start plotting about how you're gonna get back at somebody, you're spending money for what? So in the end, you go over there, you meet the girl, you have your rendezvous, whatever. So what do you get out of that? Some kind of mental, psychological twisted satisfaction that you got back at her. It makes no sense. Guy, just move on. Move on with your life. That's I'm not even gonna dwell. I'm not gonna dignify that with too much. It doesn't make any sense. But the what I wanted to talk about really was what I met you guys talking about, which was this idea of suffering with somebody. Okay, so I wanted to talk about that. It seems to me most of our men, you know, they have a carryover mentality of how they define true love. So you define true love by how a woman suffers with you. So your definition of love, or the testament to how somebody loves you, the litmus test to how somebody loves you is how they're willing to suffer with you. That is a twisted mindset. That is a twisted mindset. So because now your thinking is very flawed, and that thinking is predicated on so many flawed what's the word I'm looking for now? So many flawed ideologies or thought process, which I'm going to break down. It came, number one, from a time where, as a man, you saw the woman as a property. The woman was an appendage. The woman was something you add on to your success. You see, it's not a partnership thing. We're not equal partners. You're like, okay, I'm in a hustle, I'm in a struggle, and by the time I'm done, I'm gonna get that woman as trophy. So you are trophy. You are my trophy. And so when you come on board, you might meet me halfway in my journey, or you might even be meeting me at the beginning of my journey. But the way to know that you truly are dedicated to me and you love me is to stick with me and suffer with me. That's nonsense. And you see that ramified in our movies. You know, when you go on YouTube, the title of the movie, all these clickbaits, they say, she did not know he was a prince.
Pretended to be a driver
to be a driver. I'm like, the next time I see any of this movie.
We did part 9.
I don't tire. I don't tire for all those movies. Hey, she did not know he was a billionaire pretending to be a driver. And so what? And so now here's the problem with that. When you bring a woman into your life when you are nobody, when you are quote unquote poor, and then she thinks she's meeting a poor man. She thinks this is all. So basically, you are lying to her. You are pretending to not be poor. I'm going by the scripts now. You're pretending to not be poor. And so you've deceived her thinking, I'm marrying a poor man and I'm going to stick by him and I'm going to support him. All of a sudden, you show up with money. You're like, okay, listen, babe, listen. So I was just testing you. I'll just testing you all along, and then guess what? You passed. Like what the heck? You know? So what is this? A game? Like you are so my life, my emotions, everything about me, it's all a game to you. You are the puppet master. You are the one that control all the strings because I have no say, I have no opinion. I'm just a puppet to you. Now, secondly, for the people, for you to say, okay, bring in a woman to struggle with me. The woman is knowing you as is. This is who you are right now. Let's even say for a moment you actually are struggling. There is no money. So she's meeting you in that state. That is the person she's knowing. But do you know who you're going to become when that money comes? Because now that you don't have money, you have a time. You're not going anywhere. You can't afford to go anywhere. You can't afford to fly anywhere. So all of a sudden, money comes. Now you change because we know money does change people.
Oh yeah.
It does change people. So all of a sudden, you become a different person when that day comes. What about her? Now she's got to deal with the new you. But oh no, you don't care about that, do you? Because she doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it's not about her. It's all about you. When you were poor, it was about you. When you were now rich, it's still about you. It's never been about the woman. And that is just a crappy mindset. Our men need to get away from that. When you meet a girl and she tells you, sorry, you don't have a job, you don't have a dream, you don't have a vision, you don't have whatever is important to her, the things that she wants in a man, you don't have those things. It does not make her a bad woman. I cannot overemphasize that enough. It doesn't make her a bad person. I know you've been brainwashed to be looking for a virtuous woman up and down, and your definition of virtuous woman. Don't even get me started on Proverbs 31. So your twisted, brainwashed mindset and understanding of a virtuous woman is the woman that is willing to suffer with you.
The woman that will suffer.
That will slave. Yeah. That is your twisted understanding of what a real quality woman is. But the woman that has her shit together. She spent her entire life, her parents spent enough to raise her to the point that you now find her attractive. You now see her. Don't you see other women? No, you didn't go for those ones. It is this particular one you want to go for. The one that has been, the one everybody has invested in. She has invested in herself to make herself become who she is. Now she's making demands because people don't understand that love makes demands. True love makes demands. True love is not passive. True love is not, I love you. Do whatever you want with me. No. True love makes demands. You have to make demands. You have to ask for responsibility. So she comes up to you. She's saying, listen, homie, you don't have this. You don't have this. You don't have that. I'm sorry. You're a nice guy. But yeah, this is not going to be working. And all of a sudden, to you, she's a
that materialistic Jezebel.
Materialistic, the Jezebels, all of the bad names in the world. That is nonsense. And I'm telling you, if you're a gentleman out there, you're listening to this, and your understanding of the acid test for true love is when a woman chooses to suffer with you, let it be a choice. If she wants to stick with you, let it be a choice and say, look, I think you got something. I think there's something here. I think you have a dream, and I'm going to support you. Let it be a prerogative to do that, but don't impose it. Don't impose it on her and say, if she can't stick by me, and then now you make the money, you have succeeded, and you do all these stupid posts on social media. My ex thunder fire you wherever you are. You abandoned me. Look at now, I've made it. So wait, so all along you hung up
and 2 shirts and 1 shoe, and she stayed with me all the while. Beautiful.
And all
trouser for me.
Lord, all our movies.
She was praying for my success, and
Yeah.
she will pray for
Yeah.
me. In the daytime, she prays for my success. Every time I'm
she
successful.
cooks for me. She will go and visit my mother, wash the plate in our family house.
Exactly.
Mother.
She put her dream aside to help me, to focus.
Yeah, and after all that, when the money arrives, he gets a second woman. Did I just strike the wrong nerve or the right one? I don't know. I'm just.
There are no nerves here. So today is your birthday.
So because he couldn't do that when he didn't have the change. Now that he's got some change, all of a sudden he gets another woman, a younger woman, prettier than you. And now what do? You are bitter. You're angry. You're like, I suffered with him. I struggle with him. How dare he do that? Yeah, listen. It's part of life. It's bound to happen. So all I'm saying, I'm actually speaking to both sides. For the woman, when you make this choice to stand by a man, it's great if that's your personal decision. Don't let it be from some twisted understanding that the way to I'm going to show him that I love him and stand by him. No, we have seen poor men mistreat women. Yes, and let me say this: love without money, Jesus. Hey, money is a necessary component of love. I know some men don't like to hear that. They say that again.
Because we talk and they go say we are to have maths where we are materialistic.
Come on, sister. I am the knight. I'm the chosen one. I'm stepping into my office and I'm telling you that there is no true love without money. That's just that is a fact of life. So all of these men that are saying, that one is materialistic, my money is coming from. Which money? How much is the money? How much is your money?
Which currency?
Oh, which currency? Oh, thank you. Which currency? Which currency? When you have money, see, I love this statement that actually revolutionized my thinking many years ago. I stumbled on it somewhere. You can love without giving. You can give without loving, sorry, but you can never love without giving. It sounds confusing. I'll say it again. You can give without loving, but you can never love without giving. Which means somebody can actually dash money without loving anybody, without loving the person they're dashing the money to, just like charity. But when you genuinely love someone, when you genuinely care about someone, what is money? You will spend. You will plan, you will execute plans for that person. You will give them the world. That is what genuine love is about. So all of this talk about my money. What is the change that you have that you're bragging about? What? So I just that was just that I just wanted to speak about that. Our men need to have a different understanding. Come up with better ways to test true love, and money is not one of them, please. Or the ability for somebody to suffer with you is not one of them. Should they choose to suffer with you, it is their choice. You don't impose it as a necessary requirement for true love, and you don't go around looking for a woman that will suffer with you. So all of a sudden you're talking to a lady and she goes, so what do you do for a living? And all of a sudden your mind is like, so she's trying to find out how much I make. That is sick. That is twisted. So anyways, I don't want to belabor the point. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank
and
you
it's,
so much.
and it's okay if you want to turn off your camera, okay?
At any time, yeah.
Yeah. I did here for now. I did.
Okay, thank you.
Egosa,
we have you.
are you there?
You can unmute yourself.
Hey, I did. How on a day now?
We're good.
Waiting there. Happy weekend to everybody.
Happy weekend.
And Toby, happy birthday. If you can
Hey, go, sir, my brother. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Where you go show your face now? Let me show my face today.
Show your face.
Nobody should not pressure you.
No, next week when I don't do my good makeup, I go show my face next week.
We like it natural.
Now I just did jaga.
We like it jaga.
Okay.
I just come on.
There's no pressure anytime you feel.
Yeah. Wow, amazing topic, amazing topic, amazing topic. Okay, yeah, Toby has taken it to one direction. I just want to flip it and talk about the women, right? Because Toby has really spoken about the guys BS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let me focus a bit on the somehow on the ladies. Most ladies who go to the trenches with these men to build them up, right? These ladies they have low self-esteem. Yeah. And these ladies forget about themselves while building somebody else. I want to repeat. These ladies forget about themselves, about their future, about their ambition, while building somebody else's ambition, dreams, aspirations, or whatsoever. That is a problem because, again, I said that they have a low self-esteem and they are so desperate for whatsoever. Desperate for love, I can say. Desperate for marriage because they think that once they do all those things, oh, then they are what? Wife material. Mhm. Women think that once they do everything, then they'll obtain favor from the men. You see, so they'll forgo everything about themselves. So for me, they lack love because to them, to these women, they think that they are in love. And so, can you hear me, sisters? It's kind of like quiet.
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So for these women, they think that they are giving out love. But for me, that's not love. They are giving out frustration and they are giving away their dreams. They are giving away their ambition. Because you know what? They say you cannot give what you don't have. And I have diagnosed these women to say that they don't love themselves. And because they don't love themselves, they cannot love somebody else. They are living in la la land. They are living in this under this illusion of love, but it's not love because you cannot give what you do not have. True love starts from you. Whitney sang that word. The greatest love of all is what? It's loving yourself. They say loving yourself. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. So you have to love yourself first before you are able to give out love. So if if a woman is in a relationship and then you forget all about yourself, you hate yourself so much. Have you thought about 20 years time? What, in short, what will be your own dream? Why can't we flip the table and for this man to support the lady's dream, to support the lady's aspiration and ambition? Why must it be women who give away their lives? I mean, their lives to build up men. You see, so it's a problem. It's a problem, and it reeks of patriarchy because these men see it as their birthright that women have to do all these things for them in order to win them. Because women are the ones who have to give away everything to build up a man. Why can't a man give away everything to build up a woman? So it reeks of patriarchy. This is huge patriarchy, and it's a problem. And any woman who tries to build a man from the gutters doesn't love herself.
From the trenches.
Yeah, she doesn't love herself. So these women, they really need therapy. So I can say. Yeah.
They're good to ash.
I have a question.
Go on, please.
What if these said women
I also struggle.
they believe it is their calling to start from the trenches?
That's why I say they're frustrated. These men are also in the trenches too. So it's their fellow trenchmen.
Okay. This one, okay, one of them, okay, let's say they are living in face me, I face you. You are in your own room and I'm in my own room. Why must I leave me as a woman? Why must I leave my own room and come join you in your own room to help build you? Let it make we all stay for our own corner and build ourselves now.
I can save rent money.
No, because that woman may be saving her own rent money in order to give that man to buy keke na pep or to do whatsoever. You understand? But that woman needs to stay in her own room, look for her own money, to open a beauty salon or whatsoever. But if if you realize the trend is that the woman will leave all her ambition, will leave everything about herself, go meet this man, be staying, and everything that she's working, they may be saving to send a man abroad. For example, to send a man abroad. Why can't you save? Why can't both of you save and send a woman abroad? It's always about the man. It's always about it's always about building up the man. What about women? Because women always forget about themselves, thinking that if they build the man, then the man will be the source of their ATM. So I can say
you invest so much in this man, and you forget about yourself, but you expect that when the man finally making it, he will be remitting that same amount of love that you've given over the years to you for a lifetime.
It's a total waste of time. It's a total waste of time, and most of the time, it ends in premium tears. Most of the time, it ends in premium tears. So women should start forgetting about building a man and start building up themselves.
Okay, this will lead us to our next story. So if you just hang in there,
you can mute your mic. Okay,
we'll narrate this story now.
You can.
Give me 1 second. Let me add it back to the screen. All right. So a couple of days ago, there was a woman who posted something on Twitter, and she was basically calling out her fiancé or whatever. Quote, Obia Iberi, she said, I just find out that my fiancé of 6 years got married on the 16th, and I was with him 3 days before he got married. I found this out this morning on Facebook that he was married. I had never felt so much pain in my life. So apparently that's the fiancé and the wife, the fiancé and his new wife. He got married on the 19th of this month, not the 16th. He posted this picture this morning. I called him and he denied it. I had to travel to Warri as early as 6 a.m. just to confirm. He asked me not to come to his house, that I should wait for him somewhere. He left work to come see me, and he still lied to me that he wasn't married. He told me he loves me and can never leave me for someone. He even said I should begin to move in with him next month, only for me to get home. And I had to search on Facebook for me to see that he was really married. Caro, you didn't see him when he had nothing. You didn't see him when he was staying in one room. Now that he's doing well as a medical doctor, you decided to come from nowhere to steal him. May God punish you both of you. May you both be punished.
And what for Ebere?
I cost you both. Ebere is paid. Say Ebere's engagement ring go evil. He proposed last year. He made lots of promises to me, and yet he still went behind my back to get married to someone else. Lord help me. God, I have heard of stories like this, but I've never thought I would be the one it was going to happen to me. This can't be happening. I'm going crazy. Tears. If na first look engage, you see, first of all, Ebere, this engagement is the beginning of the problem. It's too tight. If you have been with him for 6 years and he doesn't know your ring size figure, that's the red flag. No. Sorry, that's by the way.
We saw this story sometime this week.
Some days ago, you know.
Somebody said they said course or how to be the man. Come on. Come on, say they said course or how to be the man.
Are you Bobiana the builder? Don't be saying how much is the cost. Toby, you want to know? Are you not a man? Why
I the one then I say make I know how much the cost they go for so that I go know how to recommend them.
If you go be distributor.
So let me, common sense sisters, allow me to respond to Amaka's comment, please.
Why?
We never respond to her.
We go come back after.
Okay.
Today is Toby's birthday. Today is Toby's birthday.
Thank you, Ella. Priestess, my priestess. Ella, the priestess.
Don't do this birthday. Don't they try
So, all right. So, because I'm not going to tell me I go sit down. When I was saying, you can't sustain true love without money or something like that. And then she was telling me, you guys go and sit down. That's not true. Look, I just want to speak to that real quick. So yes, when people can choose to be with somebody who has nothing, who is not going anywhere, who is, just sitting down, couch potato, whatever, it's your choice. It's their choice. But what we're saying is, listen, go talk to those people. When you don't have now money is all, when we say money, it's all relative. Nobody's talking about being rich here. Nobody's talking about, being, the baddest guy in town, whatever. But we're saying that once you go past the honeymoon phase, the mushy mushy phase, once the sex becomes stale, and the law of diminishing marginal utility sets in, where your kiss is not the same, it doesn't feel the same, you touch, it doesn't feel the same. Reality is gonna kick in. It's gonna kick in, and then you'll be frustrated. That's what I'm saying. And so your every day, the slightest thing is gonna frustrate you. You're gonna be antsy. You're gonna be angry all the time. It doesn't make you a bad person, but it's just human nature. Nobody was born to suffer. No, nobody was born to suffer. So, anyways, I just wanted to say that real quick, that it is good and love is easily sustained when there is some form of resource, even if the guy no gets, but he's pulling his weight, he's trying. That's all we're saying. Yes, ma'am.
Toby, you know that debates. People,
Yes.
not everybody go agree, or no matter how you explain, what the person don't say, you go take out of.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
So I know say you're passionate about this. No matter how you.
I am.
Just accept her. Okay. Amaka say that this thing. Now Amaka opinion. You understand? You know. All of them are now I know how they connect to myself. Amaka opinion. If they try to convince.
Amaka said she hear you.
Amaka said she hear you.
Oh,
So
that's
it's all part of making fun of the show. Now
I support Toby. You know why? What's that English? What burnout? Is it?
Wait.
What burnout or something like that?
Is it also a ghost I was talking to?
Yes, I'm speaking. I'm asking Toby something. The one I'm usually looking for one grammar. I don't escape my head. This is something burning where if one person is always doing, you end up having this.
Oh yeah. Okay, get burnout. Yes.
You become still
Exactly. So in that kind of atmosphere, that's not love, because actually the person is always giving.
I don't want to listen to the drag. It's debate.
Okay. Let's move on. Yes.
Love yourself. Yeah. The thing is that I think one thing people have to understand from debate is that not everybody is going to. No matter how you explain your opinion, it's your opinion and stick to it. No matter how you try to explain it, some people will agree, some people will disagree. You get, but at least in your opinion, you don't talk. And the goal is that some people will come and watch the video and they'll be like, okay, this guy, I never even think of this thing before. They will take. Other people will come and be like, this person, I disagree. Now these trenches I go start from. Everybody with their own kettle.
The reality of the thing is that
we setting for them. We don't want to deviate because more matters they front. So we don't want to.
And we actually wanted to address that woman's story, the one where the engagement ring.
And I don't want to forget my question. Sorry to
Kama is really saying, even when I was living in the trenches, I used to hate any guy that approached me. They all were very comfortable
condition.
And you want to sell book on how to be with it. Now
sarcasm now. Sarcasm now. And it's what they call it. It's common sense sarcasm.
If you believe that you can love without money, find your kind.
If you believe that you cannot love without money, find your kind.
But if you find your kind will not get money and break your heart after having money, please just share the story on Twitter so that we can come and talk about it.
That's why we're here to debate.
And that's a very good point, common sense sisters. I'm sorry, real quick. As a guy, when a woman leaves you because you didn't have, don't go and commit suicide. Don't go and die. No, it's okay. It's okay. I just want to say that it's okay.
Finish furniture now. We are on please. People will come to engagement ring. A berry that spent 6 years of her life
with medical doctor.
And Carol came to come and snatch him away.
That's what she said.
Allegedly.
To Nigeria, welcome.
Well, good evening. No, thank you for having me.
Hey, see, people are telling you welcome.
Yeah. Send them greetings to all
No,
of
you
them
must
too.
type it in the comment section. Where they greet the comment, you have to type it.
Everybody they greet each other.
Don't mind me.
What's going
I
on?
like to Nigeria.
Anyway, welcome. Happy Saturday.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah.
you see what has been going on here, right? And you see
Yeah.
the story of what do they call that thing? Of these people no go drag us back.
Please don't allow us to continue. You now look the comments again. I'll ask
So,
you a question.
you see what has been going on here, where a gentleman wanted somebody did not want to be with him in the struggle days and all those things passed.
Who they chop?
Now Toby they laugh
Toby
now.
they do this birthday privilege.
You know, he's dressing and all those things, and later now the girl go. You read the story, right?
Yeah.
And the guy is planning a future way to break the woman's heart with his own resources.
Because he expects that the woman will struggle
in retentions and all this. But the woman has also indirectly shown who she is as a human being. Now she asked for 6 months commitment, but she didn't keep to the 6 months commitment, right? But this man coming back and all those things, wanting love, And so what to be your opinion, Monica Fernandez? Now, please, let the women be coming.
Women, we don't know.
Men come to this platform to speak, and they have a lot of
wisdom
things that they share.
We
Common
need
sense.
women. Sometimes Amaka calls,
So,
sometimes Jay calls,
in.
and all that. And so we need women.
Now they're not coming here now.
I beg,
They go the right story for Twitter.
We will read all the story. We will read the experience of the women.
Naija, what's your opinion on that then?
I think that guy was probably a young man, so he doesn't know how to read between the lines. If a woman tells you to wait 6 months, there must be a reason why she's asking to wait 6 months. And also, what someone earlier on said about women that suffer with guys like low self-esteem and stuff like that. I think people have a right to make the decisions they want based on how they feel about the individual. And sometimes you can marry somebody, they are doing very well, and or stay with the person they are doing, then suddenly something happens, and they are not so well off, so you abandon them. Some of the most beautiful things I've seen in this world is partners that support each other even when things are so bad. Like the woman is completely disabled and the man sticks there and for years. It reminds me of what someone said about loyalty being the holiest good of the human heart. You see, the thing, there is an element of loyalty that goes into this thing. When people say love and all those things, that when love fades, or let's put it this way, when things, the spark dies off, there is some people just, they stick at it no matter what, no matter how hard it gets, and we don't judge them harshly for that. And some people can say, oh, they want to become a priest. Nobody judges them. So if a woman decides that they want to be with a guy because they feel that guy is, has got a vision and he's got something to offer, and they believe in him, yeah, there's no reason why she shouldn't feel free to do what she wants to do. And same goes for the guy. That young man was just being bitter, and I hope he gets over it, because he's not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah.
Whatever lesson he's going to learn from that is going to be a bad lesson, actually, because he's going to go on and try to repeat that again, and it's not going to do well for him. So these things is about the best relationships we are seeing in Nigeria are the ones, even when you see
not
that
Nigeria with them.
The black men.
We're not going to any country.
Oh my God.
Very well. Today they go in the country of what they call blackness.
Black woman, black man. No, we don't want to countrylize.
Okay, black men. Oh my God, people need to understand something about black men. Black men are often one of the most mobile men around in the world, especially when they're. I'm saying this because, especially when they are exposed and they have money.
What do you mean mobile?
Nigeria don't come. I go keep quiet.
What do you mean mobile?
See, what I mean by mobile is that they tend to be more sought after by other women if they have money. That's the fact of life, and for whatever reason it is, I can't always speak for the women, but they tend to be sought after. So the black men don't feel the ones all over the world, they don't feel the same loyalty to their tribe as they should, actually, which is a problem. So that's why the title of this show, is all good, but when you mix it with whites, it doesn't. It's like comparing black men to white men and stuff like that. So that's why I feel like it's a little bit off. But black men don't show as much loyalty as their women to the men. So it's something that has been going on, and I get the feeling that the women are pushing back, and I don't know whether it's a good thing for us in total, that's as a whole. The women are pushing back. You see that in America, and that has led to a lot of schism in the relationship between the men and the women there. And all I can say to that is that there are some good things we are doing on the continent, and there are some good things going on out there around the world. But we have to be careful. We have to always keep an eye, because when you look at other people, they are not doing so well too. This relationship between men and women is moving all over the place now. There is always everybody debating, oh, this is how it's supposed to be, this is how it's supposed to be. For me, it's common sense. It's two people. And I understood it from a young age. Don't get in the middle of two people getting along, doing their own thing. Don't try to separate them. Leave them, they will figure their way out. That is the oldest lesson I've learned when I was growing up in Nigeria. So relationships are complicated. They are dealing with so many different challenges over and over again. So you have to allow the couple, people should just take it easy with passing judgments. That's the way I look at it. If people are together, yes, as long as one person is not, pummeling the other one and all the rest of it, breaking the law, then I would just leave them. Let them make their decisions. If they want to have open marriage, let them have open marriage. If they want to suffer together, let them suffer together. If they want to enjoy together. But if you ask me, from what I've experienced and from life I've seen, it's not a good idea to settle with bring a woman in and have her suffer with you. Any man that does that is a little bit selfish, because you are. What if you fail? What if you fail? You fail, then you drag the woman down with you. So people have to be careful. And pardon?
Sorry, I say if you fail, you stain her white. That's what.
You mess her life up in the process. And if for me anyway, if you succeed, then you go and mess her life up again. That's even worse. So people have to try to treat each other with a little bit of common sense. Some of all these things are not complicated. That lady could have just told the guy the truth, like, I don't like you as much, stuff like that. You could have just told the guy, and the guy would have just gone the other way. But he just tried to save his feelings, and now he's crossed. That doesn't do anybody good.
That makes sense. That makes sense, because that's true. Because maybe even if she thought, that's why when she came back, she was like, when she was saying that, I just wanted you to work harder. Maybe she couldn't tell him to his face. But I think what probably broke the guy is the fact that the woman wanted the 6 months for them to just wait. But then that's what she told him. They both agreed, but within the first 2 weeks, she went to another guy. I think that's what started breaking him.
She should have known that. Woman tell you to wait. You know that. From what I know about women, if they like you, they don't wait. They don't tell you to wait. They don't tell you to wait.
Now, this matter, this one that we just all of us now, all of you are here now. You see this Ebere girl.
I wanted to say something. Sorry. This one is for Monica. Monica, thank you for bringing that up, of saying that more women need to contribute. Please, if you're on the show, I don't know if the comment. I'm not seeing again. If you're on the show, please share the video with both men and women, because we really need more contributions. These are
and if you're a woman, you're watching us, click on the link and come inside.
Come
inside and come and talk. Because it is when you speak, people will resonate with you, and then be able to talk.
I just saw that, as Monica posted, it's like more people said that, it's like people heard her and more people came to come and
Monica Fernandez.
I don't really say that. Sorry, my dear, please continue. Kama is saying suffer together is not my culture.
What's up, like,
Monica!
I was a Spanish queen.
Hola, amore!
Una don't start again. Hola, amore. ¿Cómo están?
Monica, this is your voice.
How you guys doing?
We're doing good.
Good evening, everybody. Rosa, Toby, To Ninja.
Hello, Monica. Hola, hola, señora. Señorita.
Hola, ¿cómo está? Soy señorita. Todavía no llego a señora.
Oh, ¿hablas español?
Claro, perfectamente.
Oh, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Mucho gusto.
Igualmente.
Dios te bendiga. Gracias.
Let's go straight to the point. I didn't cut this. I cut this. You don't start again, Avi. Una won't start.
There's no channel that is where they don't hear.
Allow us to serenade in this. It has never happened.
Amore, signore, hola. Not be love. Monica,
love na amor.
Amor.
Monica.
So amor is now my love.
My love, yeah.
My lovely.
Yeah.
Wow. Monica, please allow us to bask in this thing. When you are this communication.
We are changing their back. This channel is a bilingual channel. Sometimes we speak French, Pidgin, English, and all other languages.
Anything.
And Spanish too.
Thank you, Monica, for bringing this flavor.
When
When woman enter meeting, you go know say better thing don't come. Better thing don't. Monica, please speak forth and we shall listen. We are listening.
Yeah, I feel they make small moments. They cut fried rice things. But the thing is, hold on.
Oh,
listen, tomorrow na Mother's Day for here, so I won't garnish the something down first. Then tomorrow morning I rush do am.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day.
Spanish Mother's Day for Spain here. So not say that they get different. UK go do their own. Canada will come do you. America go do you. So I try to just stick with Spanish on me. I don't feel confused myself.
Yeah. Happy Mother's Day in advance.
Thank you so much, ladies. So the thing, you see the fact you guys already know my story. You see that suffer with a man.
Yeah.
Me, I'm not in for it because I've done it before, and it didn't work out. You understand? When he was finally there, you know that place. When he was there, don't reach where man's supposed to be like, babe, I got you this jewelry. Babe, I got you this. Now, there, for Kono say, won't leave me with 2 kids, right? So, me, I believe now, if you really love a woman, you're not supposed to ask her to suffer with you. Suffering with you is like you're telling her, you know what, just suffer with me now. Maybe later if he can't stay with you, because the line of him leaving you is so thin. The possibility said that man will be with you later because now he got a lot of opportunity, more possibility. More women are jumping on top of him, but they not see him that time when he suffer. You know, when man they suffer, some they ugly, some just fine naturally, some war anyhow. So now that they are not enjoying, you see the money for their eye now. It's not really easy for you to like, how will I say it? You can't tie a man down. A man that wants to be kept is the one that's going to stay with you. If a man don't want to be kept, no matter how you go do rich, see, you want to know, I don't know what to be that guy named Edoche's son. That guy, the wife after 4 children, you saw that woman sweet. Belle everywhere, they okay. She's beautiful. So if we're talking about 3 boys and a girl now, if that kind of thing free happen, I don't understand. Because if we were to be 4 girls now, they'll say he's looking for a boy. Now he got 3 boys and a girl. But the truth, the thing be for here is that everybody made a go struggle by themselves. Being the woman. I also said something, I was just listening. Being the woman. If a woman get married I got married at 21. I didn't really know myself when I did that stuff. But thank God 2 kids came out from there. That's the only thing I'm not regretting. But if I were to do it again, will I do it now? I won't do it. Because that time I was still growing as a person. It's not because I don't love myself. Of course, I love myself to the extent that at my age, at the level of the way my age take grow, my brain take develop. Now I still love myself with.
Yeah.
You understand? But as you grow older, you love yourself more. You appreciate yourself even more. So it's not because the person does not love. No, you love you. Woman in general, naturally, will they give love out? Like, I don't want to use the word mumu, but kind of, man. If a woman fall in love with you, even if you didn't want to, that woman come up from in papa mansion, come meet you. As in, that's how we tell they love. Men in the other way, they don't love like that. Men, they love with sense, as in all their senses they open. So the other guy, the one in Dubai, where he's saying I saying come make and I said, fine, the girl, she not play a card where that one number one. You've left this guy, just let him go. If he comes looking for you, you can as well explain, you know what, I don't want to start up this thing with you when I don't know where you're going. Because another thing is starting up with a man. It's not every man you start up with. Some men, they don't even have vision. They don't know where they are going. After my divorce, I stayed almost 2 years before I said, okay, you know what, let me start dating. I remember I went out on a date with somebody. I just asked him, we just the gist. A Nigerian guy here. Where do you see yourself this very time? Where do you see yourself in the next 1 year? He did explain his birthday to me. How you want to celebrate baby. One and no love. He did explain I'm going, exactly this month is my birthday. This I said, this one don't understand my question. I said, oh, really? I'm going to be here. I'm going to be there. I said, thank God, say I asked this question. I said, wow, it's going to be amazing. I ask you not in 1 year where you see yourself. You see yourself for your birthday celebration. That is actually saving for his birthday. And I said, God, do have mercy. So a person like that, now imagine the woman will go follow him, say he won't suffer. Because this one not even get vision. You don't know when they go.
Plan birthday party and surprise.
As in, so some people, they don't even know where. There are some men, they are they are dreaming. Even they give person headache and they are walking towards it. Should I say you should suffer with that kind of a man? Not really. But if you want to do it, at least you know, it's okay, yes, this one, okay, get where they go. But while you are doing it, please don't forget, be building yourself as well. Because we easily forget about that. Is it our fault? Not really. Because women, we love differently. We get lost. As in, I love you small, we don't love. You know? So we are built like that. A lot of us were built like that. So nowadays, women, thank God the girls that are coming up now. These guys, they're sharp, die. Some will even tell you to your face, but that one still the pain person shout. Like, sorry, I cannot date a broke guy. It's painful. But not because she mean out like that, just that she not get curry for tongue. And she not feel miss out with mangi made sweet. You understand? I understand where they are going. Because building with a man, it be like what if this Russian game, Russian roulette, abi? Where you shoot gun, you don't know where the bullet dey. That's what it be, man.
You know this tweet thread when we read when this a berry lady they talk say and I don't know why some women use all these things that demand somebody snatch the man. Snatch should not be kidnapping.
No, they know they snatch man. Me today, I cannot say somebody collect my man. I ain't choice. He said he fell in love. I said, okay, fine, no problem. There's nothing you can do against love. But the only thing you can't remain in this house while you are falling in love with the person you fall in love with. Now go to play on love outside. You cannot dress the way you are dressing now. You will not dress. You tell me you are coming. When I know say you won't go meet tomorrow, you not fit destroy me like that now because it takes a very little to destroy a human being. You understand? So today now everybody did their day. Everybody were good. Now you can't know whether I'm good or you're not too good. But me, I'm okay. You understand? With the stuff they take care of our children, we they try we will not quarrel for anything. If we come, see your children, carry them come out. Me, I'm still free. There are many hours you want to carry them come out. And to call my guests, don't the styles. Where are you guys? Let's meet up. We don't move like that. Just sit down for one place. Even if not just food we order. It's okay. This is me time. So people should just please. Mostly the ones who know the intention. If you know, say, this girl, you know what, just want use and take step down. Let her know. The other Dubai guy, will I say I don't blame him? But make it see suffering. I seen the plan for the girl. I saw the girl the plan for her.
And the matter be that.
He's planning, I want to do this, I want to do that. That girl fits the plan. I go born for him, I go do the other one. At the end of the day, she's with your child all your life. You understand? So they should just be careful. Now that one me just know. Now that one I won't talk for inside because this matter I not go fit ever finish.
At all. And I think
next year we go still there. We go hear another one. 5 years from now, we go hear another one.
And that like I think what even made more comment that even made sense to me. It's like women these days now, they don't, or young girls, whatever, Gen Z or whatever they will call them. It's like they don't want to struggle or suffer. Or they will tell you you're a broke guy and whatnot. I think it's also because of the stories that they've seen. Maybe they are
It's because of story like this.
what they've gone through is like this woman has given everything to this guy, yet there's no loyalty. I think Tunaja was saying that the black man does not give as much loyalty to the black woman as it's not an equal place as should be, right? And just because then they grow up, they become richer, then they see that they have options. All of a sudden, and let me go to this part.
That's
money, you have more access to women, then now you can now be polygamous in nature. You can be
common sense, sister. Now, one of the things where women is supposed to do, why the man is building, why the man they look. I mean, my sister, they look sweet. Me, as me there, so I'm not there against whether you want to do surgery, you don't want to do surgery, but do I'm right. Yeah. If the man get money, my sister, if you don't burn, stretch anything you want stretch it out. If you know any doctor you want put nyash for you, may put it away. If the man wouldn't see yourself, now your heart go to shake because today now mortal husband go say you won't drop him. If I drop him, another person don't collect him. So again, where you go to which the money.
Another angle is that some women will actually do all these things and still the men will still step out on them.
Yeah, I think
it's no problem. You should go now.
I think
you should go. You move on. No, I don't tell you say some men go disgrace you. If no problem, if you go, white.
I think also sometimes I think people have to. When I read through that boy's the Mark Pontius thread, right? I said. Sometimes in life, sometimes rejection is a redirection to your purpose. Because in this case, you get the most authentic lesson from that experience. Now, looking at it logically, 6 months, the girl and I talk about the 6 months. 2 weeks into the 6 months, she deviated. That's to tell you commonsensically that this person cannot keep to her word. She's not loyal. When she decides on something, there's no commitment in that. So that alone should let you know as the man that you don't want to roll with this type of thing.
Yeah, on this channel, we talked about men and self-love, that some men that don't have love for their own self.
Yeah, you tell yourself that
to be spending on a woman, even when you borrow the money.
Yeah, because we've done a lot of live shows where like there's some men that will go and collect BC to please a woman. Then the BC company will be calling the woman to collect the debt. The woman will dump the guy, say because it's not financially savvy. So you're getting me. So it's like if you value yourself as a human being, regardless of your gender, and somebody is not committed to something as simple as what they set as the standards of, like that system, then it's like, okay, why do you suffer yourself and put yourself in so much pain? You will go and be viewing their status. You will go and be viewing their story and be thinking that that's what is motivating you to be hustling as a man. No, then you don't know what your purpose is. It means that yeah, because like it means that you don't know what your purpose. You know what your purpose is. You they go straight, and somebody where you they give positivity, the person they give ambivalent behavior or negativity. Sometimes it's not every time you attack negativity. You just move. You at water now, you go come up for that current now, so that another positive energy can see you and be attracted to you.
No, some people they don't know. It's just like when a woman or a man, when you're being hurt and you remain in that I must revenge, you won't see a good person. That aura is just all over you. A good person will not come your way. But immediately you just say, you know what, I forgive you. Let me just move on. You're gonna see toasters. You're gonna God, I beg. I think get scared of which one better pass. Like they'll just be falling left, right, center, both. As in, come on.
Now see this story of this woman. Everybody did the platform. See this Twitter story. This is a Berry story. So we see it's a Berry story. You know, some people they can't talk about their story on Twitter. That's where we gather to have our debates, right? Everybody's hearing. We read this a Berry story now. So today now, what happened this morning?
Today I went on Twitter. Even though we always, whenever we
do a lot of research,
and we bring it from the person's mouth. If it's not from the blog, whatever. I went on the Twitter and I found out that she has deleted all the tweets. So this woman that came to come and accuse her a man of 6 years or whatever for proposing to her and leaving her, whatever, for another
married
woman.
on that person.
After posting the pictures, even like a blog, I even blurred the picture of the couple. She posted all their wedding pictures and everything, accused this man. Why did she delete these tweets?
Yeah.
But the man promised her marriage.
Now
That's what she's claiming.
She put
like
the
if this
engagement
is her
ring
story
there.
and this is her truth, why did she have to go and delete it?
She put her engagement ring there.
The story came out like I think
it came
2
out
days
this
ago.
week.
Maybe her family members still talk to her like it's not necessary for her to do all those stuff.
Okay,
You understand?
That's okay.
Guys, what do people think? Why would this woman have deleted this thing?
After all she's gone through with this man and all that stuff.
Egosa, Toby and Tunanja, what do you think about this story?
Sorry, she deleted a tweet that she posted about what happened in the relationship.
Yes, so about everything. She went to go and verify today.
Yeah, because we usually share our screen and show you us. If it's on Twitter, we'll show you them. But this one, the saving grace of why I even bring the story for you is that it's already on Lina Ikeji.
As at the first day it came out.
As at the first day, so that's how I'm still able to access it today.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say, I don't know what's going on in her mind, but the only thing I can say to that is when people are going through this emotional pain from a broken relationship or broken trust, you're not thinking straight. You know, you are just, you're not just yourself. So you can do a lot of things. You go on social media, you blast the person, and then you begin to second guess your decision. Should I really be going that way? And maybe some friends or family, like Monica said, spoke to her like, come on, girl, you don't need to do that. You know, just leave it. I like in Nigeria, they say leave it for God. You know, and then then she retracted the post. So I mean, it could be a host of reasons why she chose to do that. Eventually, as time goes on, you know, she goes through that phase and she's emotionally stable. Then she begins to make all the right decisions. But everybody wants you. That initial phase is usually a very tough phase because you're disappointed, you're sad, and you can do a lot of things.
Outlets. Okay, so Naija, what do you think? What's your opinion? What do you think that may have? We don't know why, but what do you think that may have caused this woman to delete this post on Twitter?
I guess one, she may have thought again about it, and you know, like maybe she put the post out, you know, in the heat of the moment, and then maybe thought about it and thought, yeah, there was this Mexican guy that did me this, and this also did me this. So it's not only a black guy that does this. So, or she feared that she would be accused of being somewhat targeting black men. And and that could have a sort of backlash, even in her profession sometimes. So maybe that's why she pulled it back. You just can't tell why.
The lady we're talking about, the one in Warrior.
The one in Warrior, the Warrior lady.
Not the first lady at all. No.
Okay, which one is this? Sorry,
yeah.
this one.
The one that we just read.
The one that we just read. Let me share the screen again, just in case some people might confused as to what we're talking about. Is that lady? Where's her hand?
This is who we are talking about.
This lady.
Yeah, this is the story we're talking about. The first one would not. I mean, this is who we're talking about now. She had deleted all. Yeah.
I think she probably. If you ask me, I would think maybe it's out of some form of embarrassment, and maybe family members told her, you know what, remove that stuff. That doesn't make us look any better, you know, putting that in the public. So that's probably for me. Those are the two things I would think: family and embarrassment.
Okay. So thank you all. So we have to, you know, sometimes like people have said that maybe in the heat of the moment, maybe family members,
a lot, her story and all of that stuff.
You know, so we have to ask the man.
We're thinking like
the accused.
What would we have to say?
So
women,
the medical doctor now.
Women always share their story of what men have put them through and all of that. And I see Kamara is really saying that it might also have been trolling, maybe trolling. But I know when the tweet was out, people it was all in the heat of this week and everything that was happening this week in the Nollywood space and everything.
Yeah.
People were kind of sympathizing with her in the sense that, you know, you were with this man from the bottom and now this woman from nowhere came and snatched your man.
That's as they say.
She received, I think, more sympathy. I don't know what she got in her DMs. That's her own business.
Yeah.
So
we say let's ask the man. The accused, the medical doctor. So we had to bring him to the show. So please mute your mic because the man will be coming into the show,
and he has something to say.
He has something to
to say from this his partner.
So mute your mic.
Okay, mute your mic. Okay, let me see if I can read this. Yeah. So his name is Julius Igire.
That's the man there.
Oh, the screen is doing one kind. Okay, it's good here. It's good here. Oh my God,
zoom it. Give us patience, okay? Now let me
to come and
the man said. Yeah, you guys just.
I'll get it on.
Okay. The guy said, "I have been." This is the man now that Ebere in that Twitter post accused of leaving her and abandoning her, blah blah blah, to marry another woman after she said he proposed to her. The guy came out. He said, and came out today, an hour before the show. He said, "I have been quiet because the whole thing came as a shock to me and my wife." That is his own current wife. Anyway, you know I can never get married to you. So he's referring to Ebere. Because you are a liar, a thief, and a cheat. I know you are not aware that I have the audio clips of our conversation when you said the truth yesterday. But you are trying to deny it on chat. Here are the facts about the whole fake story. You kept stealing from me. You broke my piggy bank and stole all the money I saved in it. You stole my phone and only confessed to it after a long time. You cheated on me countless times, and Eric was the last one I found out about. I am posting these to clear the air because I never proposed to you. Now, the medical doctor is saying that he never proposed to Ebere. I don't have any bad plan against you. I wish you what you wish me and my wife.
Yeah, so he goes on and he posts a series of the different chats that he had with the girl. It's a lot of things, so I don't even think we should read it.
Yeah, he posted a series of
chats over
and
here.
He talked about, why don't you say the truth? And the lady was like, what truth? The man now asked her in the chat, like, did I propose to you? You know, and the lady was like, where are you? And all that stuff. The lady claimed that I never stole your phone, broke your phone got broken, and I took and all those stuff. So they were going back and forth.
And at the end of the chat, you see.
The guy also said, let me say one thing now. The guy said, I found out about Eric before I planned my marriage. Was it also after my marriage you stole my piggy bank? You know, I'm just reading on the phone. You may not be able to see, but we're just reading like sneak bits of some of the chats that the guy was talking about.
Anyways, he's saying that he left her the day she cheated on him with Eric and a couple of other things. Most especially breaking my piggy bank, my piggy box, and all those nonsense.
And taking my money.
So we see that the woman proceeded to kind of delete this whole thing that she had online. And for me, looking at this deletion, it was like, if this is true, what this man is saying, and the woman for this reason deleted her tweet, for me, it was like a slap in the face
of people,
women who actually go through this kind of bad behavior from men.
Yeah. What's their opinion?
That is very unfortunate, because if there is some truth to what the man is saying, then she has come online to put something out there that could have spun out into the same narrative people have been going on about, that men are, crazy and all the rest of it. And, because sometimes you see there are two sides to this story. This is why I said earlier on, you have to be careful getting involved in between two people, because you don't know what's going on there. Then one party will come and tell you one thing, another party. History, I learned that lesson a long time ago. It's life.
Yeah, I agree with you totally, too, Niger. I never thought in my Common Sense Sisters life I would be saying that. But I agree with you.
We found out an hour before we went live. So it's like, it was very, very crazy.
Yeah. I think Two Niger nailed it. There are sometimes three sides to every story, and sometimes people are more interested. So based on what you guys just showed now, I'm with Two Niger. I'm basically revisiting what I said before. Perhaps you realize that, okay, because what is the point of you being more interested in currying favor from the public? So especially in the era of social media, something happens to you, and instead of just introspectively dealing with your issues, working things out with your partner, or if you can't work it out, just simply quietly move on with your life, but there's this desire for public shaming, public acceptance, for people to just, just feel sorry for you. Oh, look, woe is me kind of mentality, what do you, I don't know what people gain from that. And so you go out there and then you pour everything out there, and now this guy comes and torpedoes your story, and now maybe you are now ashamed of yourself, and then you retract your story. So these things happen a lot. People should just, it's life. They happen. People should just learn to move on. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm saying, I also think that it's a huge, especially with everything that happened this week in the Nigerian space, I think it's a huge disfavor to women who are actually going through this kind of situation.
Yeah, because the women who
So
are
that Kamaka in the comment section earlier when we were reading the story was saying that she has a friend that went through the exact
same thing. Yeah, but the thing I'm also saying, okay, Adewale, welcome. Maybe after Adewale speaks, I'm going to talk about my opinion on the particular woman, on the Obere woman. Adewale, how are you?
Okay.
Hello. Hello. Commonsensesisters. Can you guys hear me clearly?
It's muffling a bit.
Okay.
Do you want to try using headphones or something?
Yeah, I'm actually using the Bluetooth headphones. Maybe I'll just change it to my phone's speaker. So
Yeah.
if you guys can continue, I'll change it.
Okay.
Yeah. Amaka, yeah, that was a curve.
Yeah, that's why we brought it to you guys the way it was for us. Like how we saw the story, we sympathized with her seeing it this week. And then to come 1 hour before the show and see that the man, first of all, we went on Twitter and we checked it because
we know that you all know, those of you who are always coming to our live show, you know how we don't joke with research and how it has to be really authentic and receipts.
So I was literally checking for this. I'm like, why this woman delete this tweet? What's going to happen? We went on the KG blog, found out that Linda posted on her blog, so that was a saving grace. Then we came out and found out that the man has shared the story. And within his story, if you all are interested, you can go and read it by yourself. He said this is the reason why you have probably deleted your tweet now. He had screenshots of his conversation with the girl. I don't know when I said he has audio recording or whatever, all those stuff.
Timing. My thing is this. My question is, after reading everything just before we started the live show, I just started thinking to myself now a few minutes ago that could it be somebody that the man broke up the relationship after talking about alleged infidelity or whatever. Is it cheating with somebody? Alleged what do they call that? Stealing from the piggy bank. And this woman is more like the relationship is over, but she cannot move on. And wondering for the fact that the man already has somebody that he wants to be with and all that stuff. Right? The thing about the Twitter story is that as whatever any person shares, we analyze the topic. Not even the individual itself, the context of the thing, right? So, why should she delete the tweet if she knows and believes that her story is true? That's number one. Then number two, in the chat, we did not deny the allegations of the alleged cheating or the piggy bank stuff. So if somebody says, are we in an era where somebody says, okay, this relationship is over, we cannot continue, and people cannot just go their separate ways?
And it's also annoying because in those days, women were not really able to speak up and have their truth.
Yes.
I keep going on to what's happening in the Nigerian space. There's been a lot of support for Adewale is back. Okay.
Adewale, are you ready?
There's been a lot of kind of support online.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, I joined the live at the beginning, but I was working, so I couldn't really, join the live because I was working. I'm actually on a bike, so yeah.
How have you been? Actually,
it's
been a while, though.
Hello.
I said it's been a while. How have you been doing?
I just started my graduation project, so I've been just trying to make sure that the setup is working, although it's not working yet.
So Johnny, so that's good.
So that's why. So I've kind of been busy, and I've also been writing a bunch of reports. So
wow.
But I like today's topic because it's really interesting. So what's your
opinion?
I like everyone's. this story is just kind of similar to stories I hear when African men in diaspora would complain that they brought their wives over, and then they maybe fund their wives' nursing career and everything, while the men are just taxi drivers. And then when their wives get to become great nurses, they divorce them and start dating doctors. And you'd see the men would go and sympathize with the man and all that stuff. So it's just kind of the equivalent of these stories where, yes, where women would suffer and kind of struggle with the man, and then when the man has money, he go gets another wife. And I've been thinking about this thing like a lot, like this suffering with a man thing or suffering with someone thing. Before I used to say, I mean, there's nothing bad about it. Then I realized, because my therapist, he always says something. He says that any decision anyone makes in any kind of stress or struggle, so it could be emotional or financial struggle, is always most likely a bad decision. So when people are in a relationship, it doesn't even have to be a man or woman. It could be a man, it could be a woman. When you're in a relationship where one person is struggling, the other person is struggling financially, you can't really say that you guys love each other, because it's sometimes, because it's like the relationship is kind of like a coping mechanism to kind of make you guys forget the reality of your life. So you can't really say the man loves the woman, or the well. So if it's the man that is struggling, you can't really say the man loves the woman, because you can't actually, you can't you can't ask someone to be loyal. I mean, to love you out of obligation. It doesn't work that way. So just because someone struggles with you doesn't necessarily mean that the person loves you. So that's why I'm totally against the struggling with any one thing. Let everyone
I also
struggle on
even
their
want to
own.
add to, sorry, I also want to add to what you're saying, to add that just because you also struggle with somebody doesn't mean that they will be there with you when they are finally making the money.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So just because someone struggle with you doesn't mean they're going to be there with you. It doesn't, like, like that stage of struggle is not whatever decision you're making. The love, it's not actually love. It's like,
Coping mechanism.
like, yeah, exactly. Coping, like, when people are
Support
going through
system.
hard times. Yeah, when people are going through hard times, some people try to cope with either drugs or alcohol, or some people would use, you know, can I use the sex word?
Sex.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's exactly, so that's what the whole relationship usually is. And then when the man or the woman starts making money, now they have options. Then they would go after the people they actually want.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why it's whenever you're financially comfortable, whoever you decide to date would be out of love or feelings. It wouldn't be out of obligation. So struggling with a man, for me, I'm totally against the idea of struggling with anyone. Let everyone struggle on their own. So because when you struggle on your own, and when you become whatever you are, you get to pick who you want to be with. You
Don't have
wouldn't be, yeah, you won't be with someone out of obligation just because the person stayed with you. Because if you even if you're there, you'd eventually grow to hate the person at the end of the day, because you
Okay,
don't actually love the person.
I have a question
So
for the guys,
yeah, yeah.
for the only guys left here. Okay.
Yeah,
Um.
we're here. We did.
Okay. So one of my questions now, changing with everything that's been happening recently, is why is it that for the most part, when a woman is with a struggling man, the man
black.
is a struggling black man, the man tends to be monogamous. Let's say for we know that some men will cheat regardless of whether they are poor or they are rich. But for the
Yeah.
most, he will show the woman that he is monogamous in nature. But when he gets the money and let's say he has more options, he tends to want to change to be a polygamous person and says, things like, the Bible will allow it, my culture will allow it, we
There's
allow it.
there's one there's one simple answer to that question. He was never monogamous. He settled
That's
for
why I want war, please. I want war.
The man just settled for the sexual access he could get. That's it. That's it.
Some of the things this guy is saying, I don't know whether you are weighing it on balance, because you are basically saying all poor people that are married, their marriage is completely settled. All of them, their marriage is all
because
that's why I said whether they are poor or not. Some men will be poor, they are cheating, but they are not letting the woman know. Like the woman is not aware. So they are polygamous as poor people. But to the woman, she is with a man that is only with her.
Yeah.
But when they become rich and they have money, it's like their true color will just come out. It's like, okay,
that's what I'm saying.
These are who I was now. See me as I am. Take me as I am.
The guy, like when
you didn't stop there though. You didn't stop there. You went ahead and said that when people marry, is based on bad decision judgment, and their love is not real, is out of stress.
For the most
there are people that raise families there. There are poor people that have 10, 12 children that have raised millionaires and all out there. You are telling me those people stayed together for decades raising children because it was all false? See, that's because you are narrowing your definition of love or commitment to relationships. It's not that narrow, okay? That's the way I look at it anyway.
No, common sense sisters, please. Oh, sorry, Dolly, go ahead. I think you have to respond. Okay.
Well,
let Dolly go ahead, then I'll come after.
The families to Nigeria is talking about do those families remain poor for the rest of their life, or the man becomes rich all of a sudden?
Oh, some remain poor, and some of them, the women end up sending their apart to send their children to the school, to university. See, I've seen things. So I mean, it doesn't make their life any less. See, I think
I'm not saying their life becomes less. I'm just saying that whenever people are going through financial struggle, it's like when it comes to love, maybe it's because the way I see love is like
all right. So let me jump in. So please, I think we have to be careful what we define as love. And I'm not sure there is one general definition for love in this world. People tend to, is it emotions? Is it emotional attachment? Is it actions? So it varies from person to person. And I think we have to be careful the way we generalize love for everybody. I'm with Adewale, bro. I'm with you on so many points. I actually echoed some of those sentiments at the beginning of the show. But where I think I'm moving away from you, it's the idea that if two people decide to stick it out, then what they have, the love they have may not be genuine. I have a problem with that, because ultimately, of course you respond. Allow me, please. So ultimately, it's a personal decision, which is the point I'm emphasizing at the beginning. What I was against was and you make that point eloquently, was the obligation that men attach to suffering with you for the women. That is what I'm against. It's almost like, as a woman, the true test of your love for me, the acid test or the litmus test of your love for me, is how much you can demonstrate that you can suffer with me. That's the problem I have. But should a woman decide to say, you know what, this guy, there's something about him, I'm feeling him, he has dreams, he has potential, and I'm going to stick it out. That is her prerogative. That is a personal decision. And they can struggle. And Chunaja made a point. A lot of people, a lot of great stories out there in the world, people who have, struggled together and they have succeeded together. We don't live with them. We don't know what the details of the union, but from what we can see, it appears that it worked. It appears that the ends justify the means. So I think we have to be careful, is my point, that how we define love. Nobody has the right to define love for other people. We really have to be careful. And every person can define what love means to them. Sometimes you have the silliest reason for being with someone. You can't even explain it. It could be it could be anything. So again, to wrap it up, yes, I'm not a fan of requiring women, because it happens to mostly towards women, to suffer. As a man, find other reasons to test your love if you must, not suffering. Suffering is useless. And lastly, I'll say this also for the men. I'm coming for the men now. The expectation that a woman will suffer with you is ludicrous. You have to respect. Maybe she has one auntie in the family who suffered with a man, and at the end of the day, she was abandoned and she died. Maybe a mother suffered with her dad until the woman died. The other day you guys came up with this, brought up a story where somebody said they were waiting, blah blah blah, something, how their mother suffered and the mother died, and now they hate their father because of what he put their mother through. So maybe this girl you're talking to is coming from that kind of a background where all her life she's seen people suffer in the name of love and nothing came out of it. And she's saying, as for me, this is not my cross to carry. I'm not going to go there. You can't blame her for that. It doesn't make her a bad person. So that's all I'm saying, please. But yeah, I do want to go ahead.
Can I respond?
I agree with this sentiment on that one.
I guess maybe what I said was what I said is probably does not apply to all those couples. And I'm just saying this statistics just shows that most times those kind of relationships never work, because like whenever we are going through financial struggle, the way we think or the way we see things are different. The way we love also is different. Because when you have money, like money opens your eyes to a lot, like your eyes to a lot of things, a lot of options. And then you start to realize that maybe I don't actually love this girl. But what I'm saying, like actually the couples I've seen where they struggle with each other and it worked, are couples where the woman didn't neglect her own, like herself. She also built herself while the man also built himself. But in Nigeria, for the most part, the woman gives up her career for the man. And the man is the only one who's growing and like being the rich guy, and the woman is just there taking care of the kids. So in that kind of dynamic, it doesn't, most times it doesn't really work. Doesn't really work.
When a woman, I just want to even re-ask my question again, but with that icing on the cake of the question. So when a woman is giving this her all and whatnot to this man that she loves in the first stage and trenches love and all that stuff, subconsciously she's expecting a monogamous relationship from this man. Literally, apart from the fact that when he grows up and is a big man, he will also still be providing for the family and whatnot, right? She's expecting that he will be his queen, she will be his queen and all that stuff. So why is it that as the relationship grows, the family becomes larger, the man becomes richer and all of that, he kind of does not fulfill this end of the bargain? It's like, the reason why I'm asking this question is because there are many stories like that of these days. It's like the barest minimum now is, if I've given you everything, now we should live the rest of our lives happy. Two of us against the world. We have the money to enjoy. Why should you be bringing another woman into the mix?
Can I answer?
I think that that kind of thinking, this thing is not taking into account that even if you are together when he's rich or this thing, he can still bring some other person in. If you're together when you are poor, he can bring. So the opposite can happen. The woman can leave him. So relationships have their thing, and I think to an extent, life is transactional, whereby if you go into a relationship with somebody and the person becomes successful, one thing you have to remember, you too technically have become successful, because he's not going to throw you out on the street without any money. Now you have money that you didn't have, that most people wouldn't do. You know how like some football scouts go out seeking footballers, and when the footballers make money, the scout makes money. They invest in that footballer because they believe in that footballer. And
but there's some men that
but yeah,
and they
so
it doesn't necessarily correlate, brother. It doesn't necessarily correlate.
I get what you mean, but when women,
because some men do abandon their partners when they make money. We've seen that. Sorry, go ahead.
We are talking about the finance here now. I'm just looking at the finance. I'm not looking at the emotional, because if you look at the emotional stuff, it can happen either way, anytime. But in terms of the finance,
Even in
the
finance.
finance. If he cheats her out, then obviously that woman didn't do her due diligence, because you have to make sure.
Let me even tell you a story. Story just came to my mind. There's this man. He was a medical student and also a law school student, right? His wife was a teacher. Now she's been with him through the process. Now her salary was sustaining them and their 2 children while he was studying in medical school and also getting a law degree at the same time. Now this man makes it. He has his
real life story.
Real life story. I'm not going to tell him about the man or where he's from or whatnot. He gets his own company. Now they're in their 40s. The time that they will call midlife crisis. For early 40s, he's living the life. Attending shows. He's with the who's of the who's in society. They very more of you hear of him more of as a lawyer than he is in the medical field, right? He employs an assistant. Then he starts neglecting his wife or whatever. Neglecting the wife, neglecting the children. He doesn't talk to the wife, giving attitude and whatnot. One time the wife came to the office, saw that his picture was printed big or bold or whatever in front of the secretary's office. How the secretary was talking about the husband wasn't sitting right with her, and the secretary was in her 20s. Fast forward, lo and behold, she will go for the school event of the kids and whatever. The man does not, he's basically out of the family, right? So after some time, he sells her divorce papers. The man and the man's family, they turn their back on her. He doesn't want to give her child support. He doesn't want to give her anything that has to do with her kids. So now all she has is her children and her teaching career. Anytime he gives her, maybe money for the kids or money for even herself or whatnot, as said by the courts, he will be like he has more power. He's a lawyer, so he knows his way around the system. So if she does anything or whatnot, he's paying her back. He's like, if you do this, no more money for you. If you do this, no more food for you. I'll take the kids away from me and whatnot. Brainwash the children away, brainwash their minds away from their mom. The children kind of ended up staying with the man. So it's like, you take this woman's kids, you throw away the life, and this is teenage love. Yeah. They've loved themselves since high school. They are their first sexual partner, their first, it's like we've worked together, gone through everything together, we have kids. Now it's time for us to enjoy. But you go out and then you pick this 20-something-year-old secretary over me, right? And then one day the woman can't take it anymore. She sees that the man's family has turned their back on her, so they're not even calling their brother to order. The man has turned his back on her. The children, he will be telling the children things about the mother. So whenever she calls the children, he's like, "Mommy, leave auntie this alone. That's your new stepmom. Why are you always speaking fights with her? Mom, just do this for me, do this for me." So it's like the children now think of their mother in this certain way. The man is not obligated to pay any more alimony or child support. So is this woman just left in the world alone, without her kids, without the man that she loved? He has taken everything from her. One day, she goes to the man's house, and in the rage of things and whatnot,
that's the house that they had together.
That's the house that they had together that he kicked her out of or whatever. She goes to this man's house where they have the kids. I don't think the kids were not there that day or whatnot. No, and then she shoots him and shoots the new girlfriend.
Wow.
Yeah. She's been serving a life sentence ever since, but her kids still don't have a relationship with her.
And she's at peace. She kind of went through the whole process, journey of the pain and emotional distance, and accepting that where she is in prison, serving the life sentence, and
it's like her distance for life. She even tell you that she understands that her kids can't come and see her because it's the state where she is far away from where she's serving her life sentence. So she understands that what the children have been fed and all of that stuff. The children are having grudge against their mother for killing the father, but hey, they were kids. But this is how I look at it. It's one man's single decision. When you have a woman that you've loved since secondary school, both of you have loved each other. You have grown together to your 40s, finally achieved something together. On to Nigeria's point of, if the man becomes wealthy, the woman becomes wealthy too.
Yeah, it's supposed to be that.
You decide that you don't want to be with this woman again, and then you break her, and then you leave. This is like an extreme. Obviously, an extreme situation of where real life extreme, but like this is a real story. The woman should be in her 70s now.
Yeah, but it happens. It happens every day, Ella. That is a very sad story. We've seen it all the time. I shared one on here a couple of weeks ago. I think it's a crime of passion, and we see it all the time. The lesson here is men. Now, I think Tunaja also made the point that women also leave men. Let's not forget that part as well. Women also, they cheat. They also do all those things that men do. But it's just that in our culture, since we're talking black men today on the topic of today, it happens a lot from men towards our women. And I think the lesson here is, as a man out there, be careful what you do. Be careful what you do, because the idea that nothing can happen, and then we live in a country where the laws, in terms of the matrimonial laws, are not really strong, and institutions are not strong enough. In the country, if it was in some of these countries where some of us live, the laws are there on the books, and they'll just throw it at you if you don't have any prenup. Everything you have built together, the blood, the sweat, and the tears of that woman was involved in the process. The judge will split it in half. That's just it. 50% goes to her. No questions, no debate, nothing. So as a man,
but it's a situation where the man can manipulate
the reason, apart from that, the reason why I even narrated the story is the theme of, if a woman is giving you her everything as a man, you obviously know that she's expecting loyalty from you.
Absolutely.
You decide to be polygamous when you are now seeing the fruit of both of your joints.
Well, Ella, that's one area. Sorry, Duale, that's one area that's hard to answer. It's a personal choice that people make every day, because there are also men who have stuck it out with their partner. They did not go polygamous. Let's not forget that, because of some newfound money. I was just going to say that, as a man out there, as a black man, since that's the topic of today, know that your women, they have emotions, they have feelings, they are people. She's also a human being with feelings, with emotions, with everything. And because you have actually reduced that woman to nothing. You think that nothing is going to happen. You take her for granted, which you've always done anyways, throughout the life of the relationship. You don't think she has a voice. She can never do anything. Now, what can she do? Where can she go? All of a sudden, she's giving you this long rope. She goes to church. Pastor say, pray for him, pray for him, pray for him. She's praying that one day you will change. You don't change. And now she loses it, and she grabs a gun, and she ends your life. So this men, be careful. Be careful. There are reasons why a relationship must come to an end necessarily. It's life. People grow apart. It doesn't matter your history. It doesn't matter where you started from. It doesn't matter your struggles together. At some point, if you are meant to go your separate ways, you will go, but do it amicably. Take care of your woman, take care of your children. What does it cost you to write that check and say, okay, look, as two people, it's not working between us anymore, but I got you. I'm going to do what I need to do, but don't just abandon her because you got some new thing, that you're playing with. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's just wrong. All right, I'll leave it there. Thanks, guys. I just leave it.
Adewale has to say something.
I
Okay.
think you need to say that people grow, and with time they might grow apart, and by the time they are probably financially empowered, they get into other relationships that include polygamy. Okay, makes sense.
And Nicholas is saying that I think there's a possibility of a man and a woman to struggle together at first, but there needs to be strong and formal agreement at the start of the struggle that each person has equal stake. It's equal stake in the fruits of the struggle.
Okay.
Well said.
Makes sense.
So Adewale, what's your opinion? Then we have Junior to speak.
I'm just gonna say something about that story. It's extreme, that's true. And I think the reason why she took it to that level was because the man actually put their kids against her, like he took the kids away and everything. And that was like one thing I've always known. Once you take kids away from their mothers, it makes any mother go like insane, because that's like she carried those kids for 9 months. Like, I think men don't know what that.
He made them turn against her. Then
that's what I'm saying. He turned
everything.
They turned his kids against their own mother. Yeah. Like I think some men don't even understand the bond between mother and children. They carry these kids for 9 months. The kid is, taken from their nutrients. They share the same blood. I don't know if they're sharing, but all the kid is solely relying on that on the mother, and that kid is there for 9 months. So that bond is really, really strong. And when you do that kind of thing, it's strong enough to drive anyone crazy. But So I understand why she did that. But what I want to say about men who turn polygamous all of a sudden, I don't think they do it all of a sudden. Polygamy is expensive. It's not cheap. It's expensive. When a man does not have the financial means to practice polygamy, most men they know that they can't be with one woman for the rest of their life. When they do not have that financial access, they always pretend that they are monogamous. It happens a lot. They always pretend that they're monogamous, and once the money comes, they start to see the secretary, they start to see the 20-something-year-old, they start to see the model, the Instagram model, the baddies. They start seeing them. And these women, like, once they like see the money, they don't care about the first wife or anything, because they also after the money. So those men have always been polygamous. They just didn't have access to have the financial means to do it.
Practice it. Makes sense.
Okay.
And I also want to include something with this. Well, I call it people who struggle together. I always call it struggle love.
Yeah.
I know that sounds awful, but
you can call it crisis love, struggle love. Is poor love.
I'm totally. I don't even want any of my family members to practice that kind of thing, because I'm totally against it. But I'm just saying, I think for women to be safe in this kind of struggle love, I think every year, maybe whenever you guys do your anniversary, I think you guys need to reevaluate where you guys are in the relationship, because as you guys grow, the man's financial worth or his financial capabilities would grow. So you need to start asking him, are we still going to be monogamous? Are we still going to be this? Are we still, because people like I think I think what people get wrong about relationships is people tend to think that they're going to be the same way for the rest of their life. Human beings will change. We grow. We grow. And even money makes that growth even more intense.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're not the same. So I don't know.
Yeah. I do have something to say so that we can.
Yeah, it's a tragic case, and I think this is where just simple humanity helps, because like Adewale said, that taking a woman's children away from her is not a very wise thing to do to any woman. She's giving you children and you take it away from her. That is not, because he could have easily found a way to support her with the children without taking the children away from her. So, and
he was punishing her.
He
punished her because he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. God.
It was very deep.
Sorry.
Yeah, if he did all those things, it's a kind of domestic kind of violent kind of behavior. And it's like a bully trying to, I don't know. I don't know the story. If he did all these things, then that is really bad, because, she did all this stuff with you, gave you children, and what did you pay her with?
Support from his family. Like, I think what he said about the humanity thing, about like, if at all, maybe on his family side, when she went to go and talk to him, to the family and all those, and they're like, okay, we'll support him. But it's like
through medical and law school,
it feels like the whole world was against this thing. She used her teaching money to support me, in addition with the loan, everything.
God damn. But that's an extreme.
Yeah. That's an extreme case. Yeah.
He doesn't. I think. What he did, I think he pushed it to that point. I think there was no need for this to have gotten this bad, and we don't know fully what happened. I always worry about.
Yeah, you're right. That's because obviously he's dead. You can't hear his side of the story because he's dead. Obviously. Yeah. But see what the infidelity in the marriage costs. Now you have destroyed your generation.
Yeah.
The children are like,
Junior,
welcome. Junior, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, how you guys doing?
We are doing okay. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm just going to keep it very quick and short. So I think I'm just going to pick it up from where Tunaja stopped, and I'll backtrack. I don't think there is any offense or any reason why someone should offend you to the point where you have to take the laws into your hands, period. You shouldn't do that. And so now I'm going to backtrack. I think the first story you guys talked about, because I think I started late, Adewale was talking about the people changing because they have money. So it is important the differentiation in which you build.
You have a call.
Sorry, I'm getting a call. Sorry.
You want
The
to answer
foundation.
the call first?
No, he's okay. I think my brother is okay. So the foundation in which you build your relationship is very important. So and people do change in a relationship. Okay, they do change. So I believe that if somebody have money during a relationship, I don't think that the money does change people, yes, but I don't think that they just leave you as a result of because there is money now. I want to believe that that marriage is already shaking or that relationship is already shaking as the reason why the person gets an excuse for them to leave.
Not necessarily all the time, though.
But people don't just leave abruptly like that.
People do. Some people make their plans in their mind. You don't know, right?
Well,
There's some people that make
then that becomes selfish. Like I said, there is an issue in that marriage. Maybe there is no communication going on. One person is planning that, okay, if I get this, I'm just going to leave. And the other person is still there. There is no communication where the other person is thinking that everything is okay. Why you are planning that, oh, if I hit this jackpot, I'm just going to leave her without thinking of the consequences and what is going to happen. So talking about the last two you guys talked about, I think that lady is, she got to a point where she's very bitter. She got to a point where she felt helpless. She got to a point where she felt that the husband is not being supportive. She's not getting any support from the in-laws. She has talked about all the financial expense that she has spent sending him
everything, including the house where they were living together. Everything.
So exactly. So it's like starting the life afresh again. So if you're not careful, you guys did a show one time when I said I think that was the last comment that Toby made before he left. He's like, when a relationship does not work, the man should just settle her and just say, okay, take this and take care of. We can settle amicably. Sometimes you cannot settle, break up amicably. Sometimes the other person does not want your money. The other person wants your loyalty. The other person wants your love. So it doesn't sometimes end well, and you will hope that the other person will be able to understand, and it is not working again. Let's go our separate ways. But it doesn't happen that way. I think that was a similar story that happened to the Nigerian guy in Australia. If you guys remember Stanley Obi when the exactly. So these things keep happening because you think that it has ended, but it has actually not ended. It's just the beginning of it's a beginning of the worst to come. So it is very important that people are very clear as to what they want before they get into a relationship. Be very clear. And I do understand that relationship get boring, and sometimes marriage get boring, and sometimes, and it is a communication that needs to happen. At least do your best. If it is not working, please let us separate and move our own ways and not end up one person deleting the other person. I think the world would be a better place if we do that than one person leaving, the other person feeling bitter that they have invested so much, and as a result, the only way for me to get back to this man, or the only way for me to get back to this man, to this woman, is just for me to delete her, which it is not always the best option because you might end up spending the rest of your life in jail. So
which is what's happening to the woman. By the way, that's true. Anyways. You wanted to say something. I think that I think there's something that some people were saying in the comment section. I think it was Simbi at the time. Was it Simbi? I think it was Simbi at the time. Someone was saying something about the fact that some people, about the whole infidelity in relationship, in a committed monogamous relationship, after they found either wealth or something, that they were already there. That kind of individual. It's just that they do not have the means to
explore those
desires. Yeah. My thing is always that if you know that you are not a one woman, one man kind of person, or a one man, one woman kind of person, I think that you should communicate that in the beginning. That this is who you are, so that you find your kind of person.
And some people want to be polygamous, but they don't want their partner to be polygamous.
But that, I mean, if you're somebody who you know that you're just somebody that you have to be with several partners, then look for somebody who is okay with that package. You know,
A pastor said that people should be allowed to be polygamous now. And it turns out that maybe he has a point, because since the churches have decided to accept gay marriage and all the rest, I don't see what polygamy is completely out there anymore, because not everything in the Bible is being followed these days anymore. So I
I'm
agree
not
with
referring to
you.
the Bible, though. I'm not referring to. I'm not referring to the context of religion or anything. I'm talking as a person of as a human being of your value and your definition of what you define as a relationship, the individual. I'm talking of the individual. That's why I did not refer to any biblical or religious stuff. I don't really care, because religion and all those biblical stuff it's a thing of personal choice. I'm talking of as a human being, right? If somebody, a man or a woman, they believe that they are polygamous individuals, they should be with partners who are okay with that choices.
I think the reason why they don't do that is because people have been conditioned to believe that a relationship needs to be monogamous, especially when it's overseas, like, in the West. When you have been conditioned to think that this is how it's supposed to be, then you don't want to, make it clear that it's like, when gay people used to be in the closet, they're not going to come out, because people have been conditioned to believe that gays are not a good thing to have around.
I think that's a separate thing. I think
I'm just giving you the reason why.
That is sexuality, and I'm not talking of sexuality. I'm talking of being
like having multiple partners.
I'm talking of having multiple partners in a monogamous relationship. Sexuality has got nothing to do with it.
Different.
That's a different
sexuality can also have multiple partners.
Yes. So I'm saying that if somebody,
the reason why, what I'm saying is that if the men if the stuff becomes open, most men, if you ask them from the beginning that, are you open to having multiple partners, and if there is no consequences, most of them will say yes. I can tell you that right now. Most men will tell you yes.
If we're taking it back to, because I think you want to drag us to Africa. If we're taking it back, if we're taking it to the African context or whatever, what are the consequences be for the men in the first place? My thing is, if a man knows true to himself, a black man knows true to himself, because we're talking about black men today, that he is somebody who enjoys.
We cannot be with one woman.
We cannot be with one woman. Look for a woman who is okay with that choice. Don't go and be looking for a woman who is after the choice or needing
who is a monogamous
person.
Don't be with
and then break her down to accept your ideology. That ideology as a man. That's
for the most part, when African black men, for the most part, when they become monogamous, there's really little or no consequences now for the African man for the most part.
Junior, I understand what you are saying. Some men have convinced themselves that they are okay with one woman, because obviously they love the woman they are with, and they will be with her forever. They are not very realistic about these things, so they buy into the narrative. This is the nature of how society makes people accept things.
So you're saying that because
we're talking about how women are society makes us accept it.
So you're saying because majority of society frowns, that might not be the reality, but in theory, they frown against polygamous marriage. So people then hide their desires.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Jay, what do you have to say?
So, Dewale, I don't know.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, Jay, we can hear you.
Hi. I'm sorry. It's because I joined late, so I've been skipping through like the different things that we've talked about today. So I know you were talking about polygamy now, but if you just like give me a rundown of the question and stuff.
Okay. So before the summary, Adewale, did you want to say something?
I want to answer your question.
Okay.
I think the reason why they're not honest about being polygamous is because the kind of women they actually want are usually monogamous. So, for example, a lot of women who will be okay with polygamy are people who accept that that's part of their religion. So, for example, you'd find some of them like some of those women who practice Islam. So they're okay with their husband having more than one wife. Like, but the man who is polygamous might not be a Muslim, so he wouldn't even approach those women, because like, what does he want to tell them?
Yeah.
If he's not a Muslim, he's already caught out. So they tend not to sometimes they're not even attracted to those women who are going to be who are okay with polygamy.
Mm.
So they're trying to change they're trying to see if they can change who wants monogamy into like a polygamous person, and it usually doesn't work.
She herself
Exactly.
wants.
Yes, they try to force it down the woman's throat, and it always ends in a disaster. So, actually, I actually think those men should actually stay single and just go for like
Different
go for
types.
women who just want kids and not marriage, because I think that's actually a lot easier than getting married. Like for example, like,
Someone like
this music.
I don't know.
Yeah, like for example.
Homes. You are talking about single parent homes here.
No.
It's not single. It's not single.
And not destroying people.
It's not. They're not. It's not single parents' homes. No. They've already made like an arrangement with those women. Those women don't want marriage. They just want to have kids. So the men are actually active in the life of their children. They're not just like away and stuff. They're active.
Okay,
they're active. So it's an arrangement they
Let me
make.
summarize for Jay. Adewale, I'm coming. Okay, let me just summarize
so that Jay is as well, and anybody who joined it, they kind of understand what.
Yeah. So Jay, we had started in the beginning with a man called Mark Furniture, right?
About women that said
don't. We started with we post where some women posted on Instagram or Twitter that we as saying their opinion is that women should not struggle with men from the bottom, right? And all that. So
if you are doing that,
have something for yourself and be building for yourself along the line. Then there was a tweet. There was an Instagram thread about a guy named Mark Furniture. He was telling a story about being with a lady that 5 years ago they've known each other and all that stuff. And
I read that part. Yes.
Okay, you got that part. Now then we move to worry. Ebere was talking about the fact that she was the man for 6 years. And the guy had proposed to her marriage, only to find out that 16th, 19th of this month, the man got married to somebody else, that woman has come to steal the man after he's now a medical doctor and blah, 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 and all this stuff. Now, today, an hour or so into the show, we were just reviewing our research for the day, and we found out that this person that Ebere accused, the medical doctor, he posted about it. And talking about the fact that alleging that Ebere has been cheating on him in the relationship, and the last straw that brought Kamens back was when he found Eric. He alleged that Ebere stole his phone. He alleged that Ebere broke his piggy bank and stole money from it and all that stuff. He went ahead to post. He said he has different screenshots of their messages and telling her that why did she have to go and post that, and did she not do this? Did she not do this? Did she not do that?
She deleted her whatever on Twitter.
So she deleted her own post on Twitter, unbeknownst to her, that the queen of all blogs in Africa, the KG blog, already has the receipt on her this thing, and it's already there, and that's where we read the story from. And we started with the question, why would she have to delete that if it's a story and if it's true? And this guy is also coming on the other side. Could it be that this is somebody that the relationship ended and she's just pained that she doesn't want to move on? Or you know why? And Ella proceeded to talk about these other ladies
about struggle, marriage. You know, when women struggle with men, for the most part, they expect loyalty from these men. So why is it that when you are finally reaping the fruit of your labor, you come in and then you are now all of a sudden
exactly.
So that's like the phenomenon of the whole thing. 2 hours and 30 something.
So Jay, do you get it?
Yes, it's a lot, but yes, I guess.
What's your opinion? Okay, I guess we can use a question to
general opinion
about struggle love. Your opinion about struggle love, or what's your opinion about the fact that some black men, because not all of them, when a woman starts with them where they don't have anything, the woman also doesn't have anything, but she's of the belief that we can grow together. We are working together for ourselves, and then the man makes it. Most times, the woman doesn't work on herself in the process. Right? So the man makes it. She expects loyalty. You get me? But she doesn't get it. All of a sudden, the man has choices.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what are your opinion on that?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know. Like the response to this, my response to this whole struggle of question is not as cut and dry as I would like it to be. Because sometimes, and this might sound strange, but when you're in the process of struggle, like sometimes it's not just the financial struggle of things, it's struggling to figure out who you are and your place in the world. And sometimes when you go through that process, you come out on the other side as maybe a different person, and then the person that you started the struggle with is no longer compatible with who you are presently. So I in terms of struggle love, like, first of all, I think going into a relationship thinking that you are investing in somebody hoping to reap something, to me is a little bit, I find that a little bit problematic, because I feel like, yes, you might be working towards a common goal, but then you're also working on yourself just in case things don't work out, right? So I don't know, the whole struggle of thing, I'm just like, I don't know, I don't subscribe to it. I think you should meet people where they are, accept them how they are at that point, and then while you're in a relationship, as you're working together, then you can figure out, okay, this place this person is going, do I see myself being with this person long term as we continue on this journey? But when you start getting into a relationship with that mindset of like, oh, I'm going to invest, and then all of a sudden when the guy becomes a medical doctor,
Okay, like they had
I'll
returns
be
in investments.
exactly, and then I'll be a doctor's wife. To me, it just seems very, there's something very sketchy about approaching a relationship like that, that I just find fundamentally problematic. So I don't subscribe to struggle love. I feel like if that's why you're going into a relationship to quote unquote invest and then reap the fruit of your labor, I don't know. If you don't end up getting that, then what, right? So that's my opinion of, of struggle love. It wasn't a cut and dry response, but that's how I feel.
Okay. So what about the second? Okay, before you, Lara's one.
Lara has brought opinion here for us to debate. So you people gather yourself together. Lara say if a man chooses to be polygamous, Lara on the beats, you are coming with war today. If a man chooses to be polygamous, it's okay, so long as the woman in his life are the women in his life are allowed to practice polygamy too. He should not be allowed to be jealous. Oh yeah, who go answer?
Let me respond to that. Actually, yes, I completely agree with that notion of, if polygamy for you is also polygamy for me. I'm sorry, but like, if a man is allowed to, okay, first of all, people should not be entering relationships if they're not compatible in that area. So this whole last minute, 10 years in spring, I want to have another wife, to me, I'm like, okay, that's just a whole different conversation. But if you're going to be talking about this conversation of polygamy, we've evolved as a society that women are now equal to men. So I feel like polygamy, yes, should be available to both genders. So if a man chooses to be polygamous, a woman can also choose to have multiple husbands. I don't think, yeah, I completely agree with Lara. I don't, if that's what you guys want, then that's what you guys can have. It's not something I subscribe to, so I can't even speak to it intelligently, because polygamy is not something that I've seen work in, like, families, extended families. It's not something that I subscribe to generally. So
Jane, what about the second question? Because the second question for Jane now that everybody answers, like, about men who for the most part pretend to be monogamous while they are in their struggling stages, but then they attain riches and then they become, I'm saying become polygamous. I know they could have been polygamous since, but all of a sudden, like Jay was saying, 10 years in, 20 years in, they want a second wife. So, Jay, what do you have to say about that?
Well, to me, again, I don't know. It's a little bit, it's not fair. I think it is not fair for you to have, and it goes back to this whole thing that we talk about every time on this platform, about how people are not completely honest and communicate their expectations in relationships from the beginning. Because I don't think that all of a sudden a guy will just wake up in like out of the blue and start talking about having another wife. There's something that's been brewing behind the scenes, or there's something that he's completely, kept away from you and hid from you, and then all of a sudden he wants to be polygamous. So I don't think that those feelings or those mindsets just all of a sudden show up. It's not fair. That's what I would say. It's not fair to spring it on somebody that you've been in a relationship with for a long time and then expect them to just either accept it or whatever, deal with the consequences. Like, if you're having those thoughts of wanting another wife, or maybe having an open marriage, if that's something that you subscribe to, I feel like it's a conversation that you should be having openly with your partner, and not spring on. and this probably is the last thing I'll say before I let other people speak. My grandparents, they're both passed now, but my grandpa was married to my own grandma for quite a while actually, and then he decided that he wanted another wife. And my grandma was like, we didn't have this conversation. We didn't. This is back in the day. And they ended up getting divorced. These are my grandparents. Like, you can imagine how difficult it was to get divorced back in the day. And she was like, I'm not, this is not what we agreed from the beginning. And she left. She ended up getting remarried later down the line. And then he ended up having his quote unquote second wife, which we ended up finding out that it wasn't just it wasn't the wife was already ready. He was just looking for permission, essentially, right? So yeah, like it's not fair. And I feel like if you bring that up to a woman, you should give her the option to either decide to be accepted, and if she chooses not to, there's nothing wrong with her walking away from that relationship.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jay. I think
thank you, Jane.
Tinaja wanted to.
You people should respond on the beat for this Laura's
grandma don't take shit.
Women they leave their husband.
Yeah, so please, I think Tinaja was cheating.
Oh yeah, the man. You people should respond to this statement.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, I came back, guys. I wanted to take care of something real quick, and then they weren't ready for me. I'm like, I'm going back to church, so let me.
Goes to the points.
Can I respond?
Sorry, my priestess. My priestess is.
I want to hear what Tinaja has to say, because when we read Tinaja.
Tinaja, why are you talking on this topic? Can you allow us 2 minutes for Tinaja?
Can I respond?
Sure.
About this question, well, it's that Lara's statement sounds nice on paper, but in reality, most men would not accept their wives being polygamous, even if they are. It's just facts. They can't even think of like for men, even thinking of another man, being intimate with your wife. It's like, how do I say? It's like very, very irritating in his mind. See, they've never accepted. Never accepted. It sounds nice on paper.
I need one. I'm not getting one. I need one. Are you the men as
they look for war. They look which war you look for. There is God, though. There is God. Which war are you looking for?
Because why can't this be accepted?
Okay, listen. Let me chime in. So, so it's not that simple in the sense that, I mean, you already know why.
A woman should be okay with another man.
No.
Husband piping different
wiring.
For her own now.
She can't have the right.
Why now? Why?
So here's my take. Again, you guys know where this is coming from. The imbalance between the.
I can never know.
How can I know?
All right. So allow me, please. So it's the imbalance between the sexes over time, or genders. So again, it's part of the whole toxicity we've been talking about, ad nauseum. So I am with you guys. I'm with a lot of people that have spoken or commented that it should be balanced. If a man is going to go for extramarital affairs or have multiple partners, then the woman should also have the same right. I'm with that technically. And if to the dualist point, if he doesn't agree with that, well, maybe it's time to part ways. Like this story Jay just shared with us. Now, having said that, where I would disagree with some of the things I've heard is the fact that it's not that simple for men. So the suggestion that the man was always polygamous, or he knew all along that he was going to be polygamous before he came into wealth, I don't think it's that cut and dry. I don't think that most men have their dogs lined up to that extent, because, or like that. It's all, sometimes it's spontaneous. You whether money or no money, you meet a girl and you have, maybe it's a one night stand or whatever. All of a sudden she winds up pregnant, and now she's coming at you that, hey.
No. I'm sorry. Like, that doesn't sound like something that just happens spontaneously. For somebody to have sex with somebody and then they get pregnant, it does take a couple of weeks or months to get to that point. I don't think that's spontaneous. When you're already having those sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but
No, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
But when you're already having those attractions to somebody else, to get to the point where you're actually getting intimate with that person, don't you think it's time for you to have a conversation with the actual wife that you married? I think that's where that's the challenge that I'm having is I don't believe that for you to get to that decision when you want to bring somebody else into your relationship, that process happens spontaneously. It's something that you've been thinking about, and you should carry your partner along in that process instead of just like springing it on the person when there's already a baby on the way. That part is, I can't get on board with that.
I have actually also disagree with you. I think men that are actually polygamous, they always know from the jump that they are. It's not spontaneous. They know.
All right. So I disagree. All right. So I disagree with the both of you in the spontaneity that I was talking about. It's you guys are suggesting that there's some careful, well thought out plan from the outset. I'm saying no. I'm saying that sometimes a man cheats on his partner, and then that creates a domino effect on so many levels where the woman is maybe winds up pregnant, and then now he's dealing with this woman on the outside of the relationship. By the way, it's not every time that they bring in the other woman into the relationship. I guess technically you could say she's already in the relationship, but then the days of, bringing her into, literally, we're way past that. So I'm saying that it's not every time that the man actually, was always polygamous in his mindset. These things just happen sometimes.
So
that's all I'm saying.
Probably wanted a side piece.
Exactly. And so he wasn't intending for, it was one of those unintended consequences.
If you are sleeping with anybody other than your wife, whether a baby comes out or you're already polygamous.
You're already polygamous. Yeah.
I mean, technically by definition, yes, I agree with you. I'm just saying that it doesn't necessarily mean that he had it the entire time or planned that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I guess.
So Toby,
I get the difference now.
Toby, the dichotomy between polygamy and infidelity. And Baba, a baby there's no wife. I disagree with this one.
It's okay.
I disagree.
If you are already thinking, if you have a woman, you are already thinking
of another woman.
You are polygamous.
Yeah, that's it.
Wait, so are we? Hold on, guys. So are we? What are we doing? Semantics now? I mean, like, let's just see things the way they are in practical terms. And I'm saying that. And by the way, I don't want to get into the whole, stereotypical arguments that men make that, I can sleep with another woman, but I still love my wife. I'm not even doing that. Yeah, I'm not doing that. No. Yeah. So what I'm saying here is that it's not every time that we see the outcome and then we can retroactively say that, he was always thinking about it. I'm saying no. It doesn't necessarily happen that way. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm not saying that the moment you start thinking about it,
yes,
you're already polygamous in your thoughts.
Well, another woman that is not your wife,
a woman. They are committed to.
Okay.
I don't think that's necessary.
You people should please allow Trinidad to speak.
Can I say something? Can I just say something?
No, I don't want to say something. Say something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think thinking about it is like it's polygamous because wait, let me. I'm not done.
Let Adewale speak now. Let him speak.
What I'm trying to say.
Fantasy becomes
wait. Let me just try. What I'm trying to say is that in relationships, like both men and women. Okay, in relationships, both men and women would always find other people attractive.
Very true.
Right? They would. Both men and women, but
I think it's different from you wanting to sleep with somebody.
Yeah, people
okay. But I'm just saying like is the moment the person starts thinking of acting on that attraction, that person is already going the polygamous way. So that's
whether you define it or not.
I'm just saying.
If the polygamous from the end the thoughts are coming. And that's why Jay is saying, if you're having all those thoughts and feelings, share share it with your partner.
Exactly. That's actually true. That's actually.
But okay. Question.
You are wanting to be with. You go to that office. You are with the secretary every single day. Your wife one day you forget saying no go give you flower. Secretary go ban pandemic come give Susanna go down. You are Susanna.
Common sense sisters.
To decide.
Common sense sisters.
Susanna will be giving Oga list of advices. Oga, I have listening ears. Wow, madam is really doing this. Wow, you deserve.
Common sense sisters.
Nothing happen.
Listen, so I completely disagree.
Obviously, you should disagree now. You are a man. You want to say the person of a man is different from woman.
Hold on. I completely disagree with the suggestion that the man should be discussing any kind of attraction or feelings he's having towards another woman with his partner. I disagree. He's setting himself up for trouble.
Something is going to cause pain to your partner. If something is going to cause pain to your partner,
we shift from the main question.
Now the polygamy. Now this man want to push us to the
Okay, can I? Oh, sorry. Let's
I have to speak first.
Hello.
Speak.
I think I remained quiet because the discussion was still on the topic I spoke about the last time.
They beg you to make it talk.
So I think that most guys, by and large, if you want to use the term loosely, polygamous, because when they are growing up from a young age, I don't see how many young guys that say, I don't want to have many girlfriends. If girls throw themselves at him, they will always accept the extra ones. So suddenly then they transition to becoming 20-something. Suddenly they change their ways. I don't think they change their ways. They're just conforming to what society has told them to conform to. So it's just one of those things. I feel like, okay, if women want to do it, they can do it in the modern context. But in the original context that it was formed because clearly, if you want to use a crass term, men are pollinators, women are incubators, and this is nurturers. In other words, women raise the children, and so the men are not. They tend to be more free to move around.
Nobody get belly for you. Nobody get belly.
It's just how the whole thing.
They don't want to raise. What if the women don't want to raise?
They just want to have many men. For God's sake, there's so many men. No, you got of attraction. You will think it's easy for married women. You know they toast married women for Nigeria. They still don't agree.
And they are afraid to come and tell their husband because they don't want him to feel emasculated.
Oh, okay. I don't know that. See, men if we accept that men are any man that tells you that they don't necessarily consider the idea of being with another woman at all, that guy, I'm not sure you should not be afraid of that guy actually. So the point is that most men think that way.
No. Don't be rushing this.
The way you rush small so that we go to understand. Repeat yourself again. We no go interrupt.
You say if a man say that it's only one man.
It's only a one woman person, and he's never considered being with another woman while he's with one woman. They are lying, and clearly they are not being very honest with themselves. Some people just pretend as if they don't do these things. In reality, that's what people actually do. I think you said it earlier on that people actually get married, do have multiple sexual partners even when they are older. Most people do. And
that don't. Why is that that's their principle? So no, the question now for me is that
exactly it's not everyone. Sorry, go ahead.
Everyone, it's not everyone. See, some people don't
have that. Make it speak for yourself. Don't be generalizing something here. I beg. Don't generalize here.
It's just what it is. Let's not pretend here. You guys just pretend as if you are just like, I'm metrosexual man and this is how it rolls. That's not how it is. Men are funny like that.
Some of us are one woman men. We were made that way. We were born that way. Let me tell you now. That is a fact.
Yeah, no, you're not. If they serve it up right now, you're not going to be a one woman man anymore. That's what they do. They will tell you I'm a one woman man. It's a liar.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So my response. Oh, sorry. Okay, I was just gonna say real quick that you can fantasize. You can think about it. You can.
Size again. Size of man. I mean, a size of woman. Which size?
Size of which I know here waiting I talk.
Now
Repeat,
you
please.
say size. You say you can find a size. Size like.
Oh no! I'm saying fantasize.
Oh, fantasy. Okay.
Yeah, fantasy. Yeah. So fantasy is not necessarily reality. The moment it becomes reality is what I'm talking about. And I'm saying that, every people, men, women, we all, can you guys hear me? I can hear myself because I'm echoing or something.
We hear you. We are hearing
you.
Oh,
okay. So I'm saying that, men, women, we have fantasies every day, but there is something called commitment. When you commit to an individual, you say that this is the person for me, and I'm this is where I die. I'm parking my car right here. This is my last bus stop. I mean, for a season, if that's where it's gonna go, maybe until you guys are no more together. But to suggest that every man who had a fling, who cheated, who had a child by another woman was always polygamous by nature, I disagree with that. I'm sorry.
We don't already come up for that part.
Okay, so you know Toby likes the review.
Toby, not the. Toby.
Waiting, I did hear.
Let Junior talk to you because Junior was echoing.
I took you back. I'm sorry.
You can never take us backward. Junior, we are okay.
So yeah, I think I made a remark. I made a statement when Tunaja was talking. So I think I agree with him when he said that any man that said to you that he has not, you don't have to actually commit the sexual acts. I mean, we men all commit the sin of lucre, right? Let's start from there. We commit the sin of lucre. Yeah, so we do. We commit the sin of lucre. So again, this thing of polygamy or no polygamy or not, it works both ways. It can happen in both to a man or to a woman. So the problem now is that when you are now in a committed or in exclusive relationship, you now have to respect yourself and respect your partner, right? So obviously you are going to get hit on or get toasted at the office or wherever at your workplace. It's okay. You already know in a committed relationship. So you have to let the person know that, I'm sorry, I cannot go down the road with you. Within yourself, you may want to actually do something with that person. You know that, oh, this guy is cute, this guy is hot and all that. You have all those things in your head, but you cannot actually act on it because you know you have someone at home. You know what I mean? So yeah. Exactly. So it goes both ways. So the reason why we men predominantly, when we think about it, we still act on it is because we don't have the self-control. A lot of us, not all men, some men do have the self-control. So we don't have the self-control, we do it and we say, no, we are polygamous in nature. It's not polygamous. Women can also be polygamous if they want to be, but in a relationship or in a marriage where the man goes out after the wife has given you beautiful kids and you wake up one morning and decide you're going to be polygamous, that's okay. Most women do not want to do that. That is why it's very important to empower women to be financially independent so that if they want to walk away, they will be able to walk away. But I would not encourage the wife to go and get a boyfriend because at that point it becomes a very messy relationship. Okay, if you want to walk away, just walk away. Don't say because my husband has a side chick now, let me go and do it. And we also have to look at the environment. Where is this being done? Is this happening back home where we come from in Nigeria? Is this happening in America? Is it happening in a developed country? Because if you do it here, first of all, you're going to be broke. You're going to be broke because financially you're not going to be able to afford that. So you do that in Nigeria, that is a patriarchy society where, for example, look at what Enyo Deche did. So at the end of the day, is like the society is like on his side. So to just wrap all this thing up, both men and women, we can be both polygamous in nature, but we shouldn't do it just because the wife shouldn't do it just because the husband did it, because two wrong does not make it right. Okay, don't do it because your husband did it, and exactly, it's not. And you asked the question as why wouldn't you talk to your partner? If
Jay was making that comment.
Yeah,
because sometimes obviously people are human beings. Yes. Let's not even lie, but people are human beings and feelings come, right?
Yes.
But in the initial phase where you're having all these feelings or something, why, like, why is it?
Why don't you discuss with your
but it is a very difficult conversation to have with your partner, because you already know that you are in an exclusive and monogamous relationship with your partner. Imagine, let's say you're a married woman and your husband comes back one day, or maybe he's even sleeping and he wakes you up and says to you, babe, I'm thinking about this. And you're thinking that he's going to brand you a brand new Range Rover. And he opens his mouth and he's telling you, oh, I'm thinking about bringing in a second wife. What do you think about that? Like, are you out of your mind? I'm not good enough for you. Like, all these things start coming up. So it's a very difficult conversation to have. So it's because of, instead of having that conversation, he withdraws from it. And when he withdraws from it, then so he starts practicing. He's a good man, and he must be a good man. Like, most people that do bad stuff doesn't mean they're not a good person. It's just that they are lacking in this department. And so it is all depends on the individual. If you don't have that self-control
don't try to quench our fire, but we know. Please, fire now.
What did you say?
They get urge.
Junior, they are looking for fire, but you're not bringing the fire.
Junior, they bring.
Just pray that it doesn't happen to you.
We know they pray.
Okay.
Prayer cannot stop a man from having conjugal.
Okay, if it happens, just ask yourself, because this is a possibility. If it happens, what are you going to do? Because a lot of women out there are more forgiving than men. Me, if it happened to me, God forbid, I can't take it. I know that for sure. I can't take it. So me being a man, so most women are more forgiving in the sense that than the men know that the woman is going to be able to forgive them, so they keep doing it. But most men will not be able to take it from their wife or their women.
I have a question for Common Sense Sisters.
Toby Junior was going
No,
on.
I mean, I'm sorry. I thought it was done.
Because we say
I thought Junior was done.
You just no say. You want to quench this fire now. God of mercy.
I don't know what fire people are looking for. Common Sense Sisters, I got a question for you. Do you think when a woman starts having feelings for another man, do you think she should be talking to her man about that?
Why not? Of course.
Okay, guys, can I just clarify?
Help us.
Thank you.
Okay.
Women supporting women.
So, first of all, when we're talking about, if you find somebody attractive and all that stuff, and you're looking at somebody and you think they look good, and maybe things are happening, I feel like that's normal to have those types of, like, if you see somebody that looks attractive, you can acknowledge the fact that they look attractive. Is when you start
dwelling on it,
taking steps and dwelling on it, and that to me is already a problem. And I think if you're already looking at somebody else in that way, and that's already taking a good amount of space in your mind, then to me that's already a symptom that there's something going on in your relationship that you potentially need to address. I'm not saying that every time you see a woman that looks attractive and you take a look, then you run to your partner and I'm hearing myself.
I think I understand where it is going to, because our network is not reaching. So obviously, Toby, that's what we're saying, is that once you start dwelling on those thoughts, right?
Because speak to the person that you love and respect about it. Because you cannot even deal with it.
Because now it's like a struggle.
For the most part, you will fall. For the most part, you will fall.
And people will say, let's make a just fall out there. Welcome.
So you guys are assuming that it's going to be an intelligent, cordial conversation. That's the assumption.
We don't know whether it's going to be intelligent or cordial. We don't know how the best way to receive it, but the communication has to be.
It's a difficult decision, but it has to be. Once you start dwelling out, because
for the most part, you're a human being. You will fall.
Once you start dwelling on that,
some people might be sleeping with their wife. Not be which movie we watch this day, God of something. I've been with this new Nollywood movie just come out. The eggs that they broke up with, the guy ended up marrying somebody else. The guy was a pastor.
Yeah.
He was seeing his ex-girlfriend's face in his wife. So when he wakes up from dream, now his wife go there beside the bed, but he's already like he's consumed with that woman.
And the ex-girlfriend also knew that they were the current wife knew about the ex-girlfriend past
and all of that. So it's like,
anyways,
there are some things that you cannot hold in for yourself.
You need the support system.
Okay.
You need it.
Anyways,
so I'm with Jay. I'm with Junior. See, I believe that the truth doesn't always save. and it does not exist in a vacuum. You have to consider other factors. There are consequences that can come out of such a conversation that may, even when he hasn't done anything, that may completely destroy that relationship. So I think we really have to be careful. We have to be careful how we advocate putting things.
I'm not
everything
advocating
in.
my opinion. I know they like that word, advocating.
Okay, fine.
When person won't take for their life, they should take
that's
it.
your freaking business.
I'm not the advocate for any their personal choice. But also know,
you are right about how it depends on your partner.
But also know that there's consequences should in case the man decided to fall. Because some people go say, I'd rather fall and die or die and die. Go beg for the woman forgiveness. Last woman will forgive. Oh my, you're welcome.
Hey, my people, now where don't know.
You know, say this lady want to do us Ziggy Yaga.
Are they here? I say now, wow, this conversation is something. It's fire. It's fire. Eh? Oh, now well done. I get around to run, but I make I chook mouth as I see una still that day.
All your mouth and everything. And I'm sorry to cut you now. Because say when Junior talks, say make we just pray. Hey, why can't the man also discuss with the woman so that two of them can also pray? Oh my God, Junior will answer.
So for this matter, I think I heard some people on the panel. Some let me start debate team. Hello, my fellow debaters, my classmates. How they say
accurate timekeeper, co-debater, and my fellow audience.
Exactly. Oh, thank you.
We're in school now.
We are in school. So this matter, at the years some guys they thought say you get some say how you want to put your mouth, tell woman, say you get eye for another girl, another girl they enter your eye and all of that. So permit me to say, brethren, brothers, that it is absolutely normal to tell your girl. It all depends on how you start your relationship, right? And how you communicate or you relate with your babe, right? In the relationship. I give you an example. In Nigeria, I have an in-law. One of my cousins is married to him. I have an in-law. He and his wife, they happened to find themselves somewhere and they met this lady that my cousin knew that her husband had a crush on for a long time. And they had talked to it to the point where the man say, if ever any mistake happen, if it happen now because of this girl, this is how much I have this type of feelings for her. They were laughing about it. They were talking about it casually, right? They were the man was expressing to his wife how this lady made him feel. And because he said it sort of took care of his infatuation for the woman because he voiced it out. So there's something about telling someone. I feel like if you've developed your relationship, I think the problem is that a lot of our brothers, and no offense, please, to anyone, and I know it's not all Nigerian men, but I have to be specific. Some Nigerian men are not willing to work on themselves. That's just the truth. Because if you're willing to work on yourself, right, you will understand that these things are normal. Anybody can have a crush on anybody. What would you prefer? Would you rather the person act it out, or would you rather the person tells you about it? And even if you guys have to laugh about it, isn't it better for that to happen than for shocking things to be happening to the point where you destroy the very institution that you have taken years to build? You know what I mean? I think sometimes we read too much into this thing. Communicate. I don't mind if my guy comes and tells me, hey, I get eye too now. He said get eye. All of us, they commit lucre. Forget that. Not only man. Women, they commit lucre the same way men, they commit lucre. Do you understand? So if me see person when I like and I feel, say, anytime I dare around this person, my body, they do me jiggy. I have to yes, exactly. I have to go tell my husband, guy, I don't know. Anytime I dare around this person. The thing, the body, my body, they do me jiggy jiggy like really way. Please. How do we move forward? You understand? And I also expect him to do that because it is normal. It is very normal to see. You cannot see something that is fine, that is good to the eye, and not acknowledge. Now, come on. When you not be robots. Not be your wife fine pass now. Not be your husband fine pass. You must get person when you go see you say, damn, that person fine. Shout. Yeah. God arrange for this person body, that kind of thing. So I don't think that the way we say the way some of us they see this thing, it's not hard like that. Okay, for instance, now this man matter, you and your wife. As he take declare for the woman, praise him, quiet woman, this woman, that woman, I guarantee you, if that man had gone to his wife and said, Obiangeli, baby, draw closer to thee. Hey, you know what? I'm feeling you will need help. You know why I say you will need help? My interest in the other room has changed. I have certain desires in the other room that I think that that I feel that maybe you don't want to do. But what do you think? This is what I'm thinking. And there's nothing wrong with it. There are some women who accept these things. Be like say we they talk as if no, only one type of woman. Some women they're okay with this kind of thing. So they're okay with polygamy. They're okay. Some people they even marry women for their husbands. I hear one woman for YouTube recently when it say if your husband express enough interest, saying like person, and he see say the thing they affect the man, and he be like say the man he go marry the woman for a husband. We're talking about 2022. We're not talking about yesteryears. So let's not put everybody in one box. There are people who are okay with polygamy. There are people who are okay, doing whatever they want. It's all in the communication. As they talk this matter, everywhere they blow up. There are women that are married to men who have side chicks all over the place, and they are aware and they are okay with it.
That's what we're saying. That
What about those women? What about those women that are not okay with it?
Yes. Yeah, for those women, exactly. For those women that are okay, you have to talk. That's what I'm saying. You have to have that conversation.
But Omoye, having the conversation doesn't diminish the fact that the man wants the need and the woman doesn't want it.
He gives the woman the option to either
give the woman the option to stay or to waka. You won't make the decision for the woman. You won't. You have to give her that opportunity to say, I love this man enough that I'm okay to stay with him regardless of his choice. There are women like that. But you can't force somebody else who is not like that, who does not have that interest, and then bring your own desires in and impose it upon her. That's where there's a wrong. That's where you have wronged the person. All this someone that we are screaming up and down the place now. Do you know that if this man had gone to his wife as gentle as he claims that she is, there's a possibility, let me shock you people, that she would have said okay. But we don't know that. But because of the ugly way he did it, that's why everybody's talking about it. Not be today we know. A lot of Nigerian men have a lot of people on the side. Come on, and their wives are okay with it. For the ones that are not okay with it, communicate it. Let them know I am not okay with it. So if you tell me I go no so okay. Matter of fact, I met a guy in Nigeria that was like that. He said this is the only thing. He like women. He like to carry women because his friends, when they go out, they don't take their wives. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 girlfriends. Now I say you and who? You must not have heard about me, guy. I ain't interested in the reggae that you are playing. Hasta la vista, baby. It hurt him, but I have to go. I have to do what works for me. I'm not doing that like that.
He's honorable enough.
Exactly. He told me who he was. Exactly. All right, I rest.
Sorry, thank you so much, Omoye, for even feeding light into that. We have Lara who brought the
Lara
chaos.
on the beats.
Lara brought the chaos.
Lara, you see what you cause?
Lara is making
Sorry,
us
ladies.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
See Lara gentle voice, but he asked the question.
But the written question is not gentle at all. It's supposed to be like that.
Lara on the beats. Can we hear you?
Yes, good evening. Yeah, I don't know what to say because I know that the whole topic has actually changed a bit because we started with the lady that posted on the Twitter about her partner.
We don't pass that part since
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
That debate.
the story has changed.
It has to
Yeah.
flow naturally. When the train has moved, we cannot reverse
We cannot
back.
go back to the bus. The
So
train
either people come and stop at the bus stop, or
Okay.
they stop and
Right.
they go back, and they have to
So-
wash with their hands. We have to move with the energy. The energy that is
For
going
real.
forward.
Side dish and Nando. Okay, right. Anyway, back to the polygamy. I strongly believe that most men, I think the whole Nigerian concept of polygamy is only the man that is allowed to actually have another person on the side. A friend of mine and I were talking about this yesterday because a lady not the lady herself, the husband posted it online that he proposed to his wife that the both of them should try venturing outside their marriage for like 3 months just to see, just to have something new. And they did. However, he wasn't as lucky as the wife was, because the wife then had many suitors who were going after, because she was a hottie, whilst the husband was not getting the babes as he expected. Well, she was a hot cake basically, and the husband on the other hand was not getting the women that he expected to get. So for that reason, I don't know, is polygamy really what Nigerian men want, or is it just for them to be polygamous and for their
Was
wives
the man
not
jealous afterwards, after the experiment?
Pardon?
Was the man jealous? Did they say whether the man was jealous?
He was definitely jealous, and he wants it to stop, but it's a bit late now, because now I think it's the first month, so they still have 2 more months to go before it comes to an end. So.
You cannot go back to this agreement. You brought it up. No,
man, what do you have to say to this last thing?
I know they like this kind of thing.
So he has to put up
Man.
with the whole thing. He has no
We
choice.
don't remove camera to answer this one.
That's the gamble that went wrong.
This is the very. This is the.
Major
This is
gamble.
this is insane. This is insanity on steroids. Like this is insanity right here. And then when you blow the roof on insanity, that's what you get.
Honestly,
I
it's
got
crazy.
nothing to say to that. I mean, the moment you venture into that territory, you've lost it. And whatever you, I mean, there's been several stories, by the way. The story is typical. We've seen several people who want to, in the name of looking for excitement or something quote unquote different, they venture in some of these things, and it never ends well. It never ends well. If you are done, if you are tired, if you are growing out of love, use whatever phrase you want to use. Have a conversation. Perhaps it's time to move on. But you want to have your cake and eat it too. You want to keep the relationship, but you also want to do other things. That is insane, in my opinion. It is insane. There's no other way to say it. And now they got to deal with the consequence of what their actions. See, there is this unspoken rule. There's a cord that binds people together in a relationship. It's always mental, psychological, that we are committed to each other. It's really the cord of commitment. Like, we are together in this. But the moment you allow yourselves to get away from that, you're asking for trouble. And God help you, whatever you find. I am not a fan of it.
Now the other men go they help your wife.
Look, common sense sisters. I agree with Lara on the point that the men, they almost feel entitled, that it is their God-given societal right to be polygamous. But then the woman, oh no, how dare you, So yeah, that's what we're dealing with. But having said that, if you are in a relationship and what you started with, it's not what's going on at the moment. And by the way, we need to say this real quick. I have also seen cases where couples will take each other for granted after a long time of being together, and one person decides or even attempts to venture out. All of a sudden, the other partner that's been taking the other for granted wakes up. It's almost like that is what they've been waiting to galvanize or inspire them to be better in that relationship. So it's like sometimes, ironically, cheating actually has some kind of, it's advantageous to that extent where it wakes somebody up, because for a long time you be with this person, you take them for granted, you don't listen to them, you take their emotions for granted. All of a sudden they start looking different.
Put a number on a long time. Put a number on it.
A number on what? Oh, long time. Oh, I mean, long time is relative. I mean,
1 year can be a long time.
Yeah, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. But the point is, it's human nature. The things you used to do at the beginning that makes them feel special, and vice versa. By the way, you don't do those things no more. You take them for granted. You don't call them. You don't text them. You don't have conversations. You just do whatever. And now the person attempts to venture out, and you wake up. It's like reality kicks in for you. Like, wait, I can actually lose this person. Well, guess what? You can. So that's why we should never take each other for granted. We should never take people for granted. You should, the same thing you were doing at the beginning, you roll your sleeves and you keep doing them. But the moment the day comes and you feel like you're not feeling the same way, it's not the same anymore, please have a conversation on how to amicably end things if you cannot work it out. But to say you want to do all these stupid spurious experimentations, I'm not for that. It never ends well.
Okay, who else has something to add for the last Niger? Okay.
I don't think anybody should gamble on anything they are not willing to lose. If you take a gamble, you better be ready. You better be ready that it could turn against you. So that's on him. If he decided that he's going to do that, he didn't consider that. And I think Omoye is correct that sometimes men don't give women credit enough for understanding the world, as if women don't know what's going on out there. So it's partly why they don't discuss these things with the women. But I think it's true what she said, that some women will actually be more open to listening to such conversation than most men give them credit for.
That's true. That's what we're trying to say. And I think
just like Junior Omoye brought peace, but with a touch of war.
No, I think that's what I've been trying to say, but I think Omoye said it better.
Better than us, yeah.
Better than us. That's what I was trying to communicate. But I think when Omoye came in and she said it like way better, because just have the conversation. Like if you're already afraid of what is going to happen.
No. This man had the conversation. He now did 3 months contract.
Okay, let me ask you.
Now he wants to leave the contract. We go to the end.
So what people suggest that the man should do? Should he just accept the contract and maybe work on himself and become an attractive guy, or ask his wife for ways that he can look very attractive?
I think Jay's connection became.
I think he should maybe acclimatize to the open relationship he accepted at the beginning, and if he can't, they should go their separate ways. I mean, there's really nothing he can do.
For me, I don't think it's the end. I have seen people cheat on each other, revenge cheating. I've seen it, and they still end up together. Like, okay, you venture out, I venture out, but then we still think there is something here for us that we can save. We can salvage this relationship, and they come back together. I've seen that happen many times. So I don't believe it's the end. I think that he should, if the partner is still interested in saving the relationship, you should have a conversation. Okay, babe, I know I suggested this. I mean, what the heck was I thinking? But now that we are here, and I know you've also have your own nice experiences. Is there a way we could come back together and just continue on this journey? I love you. I want to continue to be with you. You're the only one for me. Have that conversation. If the lady is still open to that, there is hope. Otherwise, yeah, it's over.
Junior. Okay, so Junior, bring violence.
No, the truth is that I was just listening to Toby talking about couple cheating on each other and stuff like that. To me, I can't speak for every other man. To me, I've not had, in my past relationship, I've not had, at least to the best of my ability, any girl cheating on me. That would be the end of it for me, period. I can't take it. No, seriously, because mentally, I cannot imagine me laying with you again. You're supposed to be mine, right? So you're supposed to be mine. So when you do that, I can't. No, I can't. To me, is I can't.
It's in this context of this man who wanted the agreement, but the agreement is not in his favor now. Like from Lara's, What do you have to say about that?
Lara going to bring gist come.
No. I mean, sorry. Go ahead, Junior. Sorry.
Sorry, can you repeat? I didn't catch that. Sorry, Ella.
I'm saying for Lara's story, where the man was saying, let them go and eat other pomo outside. So for 3 months.
For 3 months.
So for 3 months.
And
the first month, his wife
shine.
was just getting many cows, turning to pomo. But pomo dry because he's, I don't know, he doesn't have game or whatever. But now he wants the wife to abandon the remaining 60 days of the remaining contract. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, like two Nigerians said, it was a gamble. I don't know why he chose to went that road, to go that road, and unfortunately, I think from what I'm gathering, he wasn't attractive. The wife was the one that was enjoying the whole thing, and if I turn the table around a little bit, if he was the one that was getting a lot of women on his side, maybe he wouldn't be jealous. Maybe. So I think he has realized that, this was not a good idea. So let's stop it. The truth is that he shouldn't have started it in the first place to begin with, because I don't know how many people in a relationship that would say that kind of a thing to their partner and said, okay, let's explore. It's like, to me, it's like being in an open relationship, I think,
Junior,
right?
people do it. People at some point,
it's open relationship though, isn't it?
Well, it depends on where they are in the relationship. Sometimes people will come up and say, let's sometimes they feel they say they're feeling choked or whatever, let's see other people, or let's try other people.
Do they ever reason what the consequences would be? I think it's just
of course not, Yo-Yo. Of course they don't think it through, and also let me also speak to what Junior was saying. I don't believe cheating is the end of any relationship.
Speak to you.
That's why I say he doesn't believe.
Yeah, right. It's personal, and I'm just saying my personal views. I don't believe, for once, that infidelity should mark necessarily the end. I sometimes, it's an unforgive. Sometimes, it's an indiscretion, and I'm not trying to downplay it. I'm not trying to excuse it in any way. I'm just saying that sometimes a couple can see a lot more reasons to remain together in spite of. That's all I'm saying. So the suggestion that the moment somebody cheats, that marks the end, I disagree with that. I think that the conversation that should have been had can now be had, and then we can talk about things. Was it a mistake? Was it a senseless mistake, or are you really done? And I have seen, I'm telling you what I've seen, where somebody cheats and they come back together and they're stronger and better. Now, again, let's not be.
Please, how do you cheat by mistake?
I'm sorry?
How do you cheat by mistake?
Look, it's not a perfect science, and I'm not here to suggest that there's a formula for it. Sometimes things happen in every relationship. Let's not forget that women also venture out. It's not just the men. And I've said it here. I'm saying it again. I am not excusing it. I'm just saying that the fact that somebody cheats is not necessarily the end on a personal level for me. It's not necessarily the end. I think that if you truly value someone, let's follow this logic. If you truly value someone and the history you've had together and the things you've done together, and one act of indiscretion will mark the end of all of that, then maybe you should go and question everything you believed up until that moment.
That is your value system. So that's why I say when you are saying you should say.
That's why I said it's my opinion. There are several unions.
I think where you got me was when you said then the individual should go and question. Right?
No.
When you said the individual should go and question everything that they believe in, and
that's not them. That's not the person that cheated.
No, people have deal breakers and their value system and what they would not accept. It is their principle. Infidelity can be a deal breaker for A. It's not a deal breaker for B.
Agreed.
That's what I'm saying. You get. That's why sometimes when I interject and say it's your opinion before some people will come and bet with your words on the other side, right?
Yeah.
If somebody is being cheated on, and the person who is the victim says, "I can't deal with this," the person who did the cheating, they should go and understand why and respect the person. The individual.
Oh, absolutely. Yo, I don't disagree.
The reason why I say that is because it's better to have it that way than to have a bitter person.
Okay.
That cannot also forgive the act. You're getting me? So even if the person who cheated once is sorry, and whether it's a man or a woman, and then they're like, oh, I will not do this again, and all that. If the partner that they cheated on cannot continue to
accept
in that relationship holistically and give their ultimate
the person that cheated that destroyed the relationship.
Obviously. The partner was cheated on, he or she has to find their way and their peace. Again, it was a choice for the cheater to cheat. Remember?
Okay. No, I don't disagree with you, and I think that we are on the same page to a large extent. And by the way, let me go back a little. I am not putting the responsibility of some introspective look at the relationship on the victim or on the woman, on whoever is cheated on, because it can happen either way. I wasn't suggesting that. I'm only saying that a lot of people out there, a lot of couples out there who are choosing to remain in their relationship even after being cheated on, they have several personal reasons for doing that. Now, even me where they talk this thing, I'm not even telling you what I would do if my partner cheats on me. That's not what I'm doing. But I'm just saying that on a larger picture, from a larger picture perspective, I'm saying that cheating does not necessarily mean or should mark the end of relationships. It's personal at the end of the day.
In the relationship to decide
that. To decide, yes.
Right? Okay, that's what you're saying. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody bring any war?
Are we talking about cheating now?
Because my waist is paining me. Because my waist cannot be paining me, and there's no war.
Adewale is asking about at this point. Adewale, anything?
Well, first of all, I don't think cheating is like a mistake. It's always a choice, because there's the levels you take before you get to the actual act. So I don't agree with that. But
if it's not a rape, you did it intentional. Period.
Of course, it's not.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
If it's not a rape.
Oh, if it's not rape, okay.
If it's not a rape, it's intentional. Period. It's a consensual relationship. Period.
Yeah. So I think you guys have to be very pragmatic here. Now there are times you want war, and I'm bringing it now. So there are times.
I'll mute my mic.
So, anyways, see Ella face. So there are times. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Go on.
Okay, so there are times. See, relationships are complicated, and we all know that already. We can't overemphasize that. Now, there are times that we've talked about abuse in relationships, and oftentimes it's not physical. There are times that certain partners will weaponize sex in a relationship. And these things happen. We can't dismiss that. So now again, does it?
Their choice. That is debate. So if your opinion and this is your opinion,
that's fine. That's their choice. So far.
I'm of course. I'm just saying that it's not black and white. That the moment somebody walks out of a relationship to cheat, they've always been thinking about it and all that. No, that's all I'm saying.
Whether your woman is denying you or your man is denying you sex, man, like if you have had it, it's better for you to live honorably.
Okay.
For you to go and say,
yes,
because they deny me for many years.
Okay, make her talk about enter road because so co-debaters now well done.
My learned colleague, welcome.
Thank you. So panel of judges now well done.
Not judges for yes. The people that we judge will be the comment section.
Adewale for president, Junior and Toby and two Naija.
Lara on
the president.
Una well done. So wetin me I go talk? Parting words. Now communicate. Let me talk like a real Naija from the village. Communicate. If you know say your eye the bebe to up and down, find woman when eye the bebe to up and down. So two of them are going to do it to each other. No bebeto come person when I they focus one side. Now to Toby's point, yes, things they happen. Sometimes we don't know. This human relationship and human mind is sometimes it's complex. Sometimes you they do things when they surprise yourself, right? Now, if that kind of scenario can come, a third wheel can enter the equation. You, the person that did the act, how bad do you want your relationship to stand? Because it is now up to you to prove to that woman, say you did sorry, and to make up for them. Now, if after you have asked for forgiveness or spoken to the one woman and she has forgiven you and she chooses that, okay, this relationship is worth it and I'm going to remain in it, it's going to be her decision. I give you a quick story. There's a program called the Breakfast Show, right? On this side, I think it's in New York. There's one of the DJs. He had cheated on his wife, right? He cheated on her and she got her stuff and she said she was leaving. She was ready. She left, she was like packing up her bags and stuff like that. The man, they actually eventually wrote a book now, I think, that they've been going around doing press about the book. In that book, they were talking about how the reason why she chose to remain, even though the man had cheated, was because the man, it was almost like he had to make up, he had to, whatever it took to get her trust back, it almost felt like the man had to work to gain that trust back. And he didn't care how long it took. He was selfless about it. And he was like, this relationship is worth saving. I don't want to lose this person. I don't want to lose my family over this. The person I did this with is not that important for me. And the woman, after the man had done, and she was satisfied with it, and she felt it was okay, they are still married. So there's no like hard and fast rule to this thing. But the most important thing is that the two people involved are consistently communicating. Junior, if you said that you would leave if a woman does that to you. If you do that to the woman, is that the expectation also? So this is why you have to have the conversation with your partner, because nobody's an island. You may assume in your head that, oh, okay, I've done these things, I'm going to be forgiven. And then you just keep carrying on and doing it, and you don't know what the effect it's having on the other person. There are many people who are open to polygamous marriages. There are people that are content being side chicks. It's a fact. There are women who don't want to marry; they just want to be perpetual side chick. There's nothing you can do about that. It's their choice. It's their decision. But the point is, the parties involved, are they okay with it? Does one feel disrespected? Does one feel abused? Those are dynamics that one considers. So with that, I hope I've been able to convince
and not to confuse
my co-debaters and the panel of judges the salient points of man. Thank you.
Maybe I say the debate for school back in the day.
They choose me for debating that time. I call the child. I the child. That's not that I revenge now. I the proof to my childlike self. Say, you could have done this,
I yield to my time.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Now, Lara will start this war.
Lara,
hi.
Lara, this is your voice.
It's too gentle for this kind of war way.
Sweet. I like Lara. Be like who could just drop Ose na hot pepper. Just leave the soup. They go fight. Make all of us fight. We go shop meat first. But it's okay. Lara, what's your opinion on this?
Well, to be honest, like I said, I do agree with Omoye and what she said earlier with regards to make sure that you communicate with your partner and have a good understanding of your position, so that way when you cheat, if that person is going to forgive. However, in my perspective, if you're expecting forgiveness and your partner is going to forgive you, or you're going to forgive your partner, are you not leaving room for an open relationship anyway? It sounds like you both will be having some form of subliminal understanding that you are in an open relationship. So if you cheat, don't worry, I'll forgive you. And if I cheat, I'm not too worried because I know you'll forgive me, kind of thing. Not that I'll walk away or you'll walk away. So it's hard. For me, it's difficult because what makes you stay in a relationship even after a person has cheated on you? What makes you decide to walk away from a person? I think there are many factors that you can't just decide, because for you to leave a person, there must have been accumulated things that person have done, even if you've forgiven them for many things over and beyond. That could just be like the what's the phrase?
The final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, exactly. The final nail in the coffin, or that breaks the camel's back or something.
Yeah.
You know? So you
the last straw.
The last straw that you're just thinking, I can't deal with this anymore. I've got to leave. And then in certain situations, you look at other factors within the relationship that got you to the point where you love that person in the first place, and you think to yourself, can I leave this person? Am I prepared to lose this years or this number of months of investment in this marriage or this relationship? Can I afford for my children not to have their father in their life or their mother in their life? So there are many factors you have to consider. So it's not plain for me, as you can tell. Evidently, I'm not married, so I can't really say. But I'm not
married or not married. It's your opinion, right?
It is my opinion, yes.
Yeah, come on, sister. Sorry, I got to run. I just want to thank you for a great show, and thank you for the song again. That's amazing. And the birthday train moves on.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Toby. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Coming back and for coming back.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for amazing work. Yeah. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Take
care.
care.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Okay.
Lara, we even thank you so much for bringing down that angle, because the question that's
it's a difficult question, and we like it.
Polygamy, and to see that people kind of had the same
different opinions,
but like most people here agreed that if the man wants polygamy, if you cannot dish what you cannot take,
chest it.
You cannot dish what I think Tunisia had the best of it, where he said don't go and play bowling, don't go and
gamble without
guarantee.
Gamble whenever you gamble, you go look at it without thinking that you at the paraphrase.
Gamble and whatever. That was good for you as well.
Junior, you say everybody they come for your point, and it's your point too.
Exactly. I mean, the truth is that I actually want to hear from Tunisia. The truth is that I think Ella said something when I made a statement and said women are more forgiving. So when Omoye posed that question to me, that if I'm going to leave, if I'm the one that cheated, if I'm going to be able. Sorry, how did she say it?
Are you okay with her leaving, like with your own?
Yeah, exactly. Vice versa. I'm just speaking to myself. I'm not speaking about even marriage, to the level of marriage. I was coming from the girls that I had dated in the past that I didn't experience that cheating. Whether or not I did it or not is not what I'm going to say here. But the truth is that personally, that is just me, because the reason why someone did it in the first place, I'm not talking about a situation whereby one person is denying the other person's sex. So the reason why somebody did it, this is like a unilateral decision that you did. And let's be honest, most of the time when people cheat, is not because they are lacking something inside. I'm not saying that is not the case. Most of the time it's just because they want more, they want extra, or maybe just out of the sins of the flesh. That is the reason why they did it. So if that is the reason why you did it, I don't know. I'm not met nobody comes to me and said the Bible said forgive and forget. That's not the case with me, anyways.
Well, you say me we pray now. Not you turn here say me we pray.
Exactly.
Junior, you don't forget
let's put it in context. No, I said I was trying to put that in context. I said, let that happen. Let not that happen to you, because you guys are single. You never know the type of man you're going to marry.
I'm not single, though. I'm not married, but I'm not single.
Wow.
Yes, no, I thought you guys are, but at the end of the day, I'm just saying that I was trying to put it in context by saying, I hope, just pray it doesn't happen to you. You said you won't pray, but I just pray that it doesn't happen, period. So
sometimes in life, things when we say me no, go dey front be with just to test.
Yeah, at least human beings say they can pray, and there's nothing wrong with it too. So if you pray and the prayer not work, have plan B. That's it.
To Nigeria, the way you just quiet.
Now the day when they wait for Canada to talk, now
I think when it comes to relationship, it's very
because he said it, you should leave it to the couple to
Yeah, I have to listen. It was quality conversations now. And what am I supposed to add? I don't talk when I don't have to talk. See the guy, I've forgotten his name. What he said about relationships. That's if there is so one party cheats, it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the relationship. I think it's not just a statement; it's a fact of life because most couples, when they cheat, the marriage or the relationship carries on. And people make it sound as if, you just walk out. That's how it works. That's not how it works because women and the men, they calculate. They have to calculate whether, how does this work out? Does it balance out? And they will give it a chance again. And if you look at it, especially on the people that the rich out people, I don't know about in Nigeria, but here, the richer ones are the ones that sit together most. When a guy is caught cheating and the wife will come with him on TV and apologize and everything, and they will stay together because they understand that there is something beyond the individual actions. There are children, there is legacies, and there is one Nigerian lady said something very interesting this week that I found very poignant. She said she found out that in the Roman era, they believed that they have one wife, a woman that's the wife for their legacy, another one for their kind of professional stimulation, the other one concubine for their pleasure and all that. So they are able to divide these things up.
That's my area where they see women as property now.
Women, I guess so to an extent.
Yeah.
So they were able to split these things up to that point. In a way, they are still doing it today. The richer the men, the more they are able to do these things. If men are rich, they are able to do these things and get away with it. Nobody can question them. And so it's part of human nature. And I think everybody has spoken very well. Even the lady, Amoy, man, what is there to say? I can't say more. Yeah, everybody was very, very on point on this one.
That is why I say that women are more forgiving than men when these things happen.
Yeah, it's true.
Sometimes women are raised that way, but sometimes they don't have choice. Even the ones that have choice go see for me. Well, that's one of his business. If you like, forgive me and be forgetting.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Thank you.
Men will just take the opportunity to go and get another wife again. That's the problem with men because they already had the intention to go and get a second wife. So when the woman cheats, they're like, okay, now you're giving me the permission.
Exactly.
You don't just make all work before we go. Say whether you forgive or not, they go cheat.
Oh God.
Yeah, so just maybe before if you say you're okay with second wife, be prepared for third, fourth, fifth.
Yeah, be prepared. Yeah,
never stop sharing the same
Cointos. You know that the Brazilian man will get 9 wives.
Yeah, I don't know whether to envy him or feel sorry for him.
Then one of the wives said she has to leave the marriage because she cannot continue anymore. And the other 8 wives were like, she didn't use her true self. I'm paraphrasing now to come in knowing fully well that it was polygamy from the beginning. By the way, I don't think it's legal to have polygamy, whatever. In Brazil, it's one man, one wife, but he has all these 9 women and all. He said he feels sad that one of the wives is leaving and is not ready to replace her now, but he understands her this thing.
So those are not wives; those are concubines.
No, okay, by paper.
Yes, because you can only have one, right? And then you can have the rest are just mistresses.
Yeah,
that you have.
He gather all of them together, take picture. And honestly, I see him for blog which day last week. Things that they happen for the world. Not true. I see him. I see him. And some of the women came and they're like, "Why did they have to leave?" She knew all the while that this is the things, affairs of things. But again, like people say, and she realized that the lady said she realized that she can't do this. It's one man. The man said he has to even draw timetable at first, for the Kwangaginging. But because they say the thing they make the Kwangagigi appointment, they too predictable. So it's on demand now. They try to split itself on demand, to satisfy the area. Hey, I'm not lying. The man also say, man, say you do and do some. They say some of the women get one particular one, go call the name, they challenge them for the other side, and if they like them, but go call the name, not to cause war and all those things. But it's not easy, but think they try.
Why people are trying to solve what problems? Other people are trying to. Oh
God. That's polygamous politics.
Anyways, we are going now. Spent a long time.
Should have had 2 lives.
Thanks for having me, and I appreciate it. I really enjoyed the discussion, and I learned a few things too. Thank you.
Same here. We learned a bit. And now we know that we will not go into any deal and not expect.
What do you call at that time? Hey, Nigeria don't go.
Hey, don't go.
He said something about that's a gamble that the man did not think he was willing to lose. When you go into a gamble, you'll be willing to lose. So, Lara on the beats. What are your final words?
Lara, please be bringing more stories like this.
Lara, we like the way you did.
We go just drop the story. All of us will just fight.
Debate. And the fight we're talking about here is debate.
Yeah, obviously.
Like you challenge
our thought process.
Yes. I want to appreciate it.
I'm glad we're able to challenge the thought process of everyone on the show today. I don't have any last words, but it's been a lovely show, ladies. I enjoy watching your show as usual.
Thank you,
Lara on the beats. The one and only Lara on the beats. Lara when they pump the stocks of the channel. Oh, Lara when they bring tiki jaga, then when they say Lara boys could be like, hey,
I say, Lara voice somewhere. Lara voice soft, like we like it like that, please.
You know, be hustle voice, not be struggle voice.
You know they take us on.
Lara, shall be well with you. Have a wonderful weekend.
And you too, ladies. Ciao.
Okay, bye.
Adewale, the man of projects.
Adewale.
Yeah, my final words. Guys, thank you for having me. I always look forward to your live shows because I know that the different views would be had and everyone would say what they have to say and I'll learn a lot of things. So thank you for having me. And my final word is about the struggle of. I'm not saying people shouldn't struggle, but if you're going to struggle, make sure you're struggling on yourself too. Like, build yourself, grow as well. Because people don't love out of obligation. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. If they choose to leave you, there's really nothing you can do. So those are my final words. Thank you for having me again.
Thank you so much, Adewale. And we wish you all the best with your project that you started.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just when you dream, beyond the way you dream, everything is going to be, because we know that if you are successful, then
all of us are successful.
That's another value, man.
I hope, Prof. What?
You can talk to me no more. You know, Prof. Face to face. Nigeria go say, do you know who we know? Do you know who we are? They're going to say, who are you? Go say, we are common sense. But do you know who we know?
All right, bye.
Take care.
Madam President, we don't even know.
I think she
where you are. Madam President is Amaka. Amaka's birthday was April 18th. Wanted to say she couldn't call in yet because she was very busy. Wanted to say happy birthday in arrears to our wonderful Madam President. In the person of Amaka, we appreciate you very well. Whenever you decide to come to the live show, we'll go sing in arrears for you because you know how we do it now. We have to
next Saturday.
Yeah. So let's take it to item 7. You know that
if
you are living in the GTA area, that is not the Guaranteed Trust Association.
This is Greater Toronto area, beg.
Please, and you are hungry, or your family member is hungry, or you want to celebrate Ramadan. For people. Corporate work of mercy.
Mother's Day is coming in Canada. Different things. You want to spoil yourself or spoil somebody that you know.
And you are looking for authentic, quality, amazing Nigerian delicacy.
Yeah,
always on time. No yigi yaga, no yaga yigi. Fresh on the beats. You know,
this advert
is for you.
Yes.
Welcome to Yoyomi Alicious, the best Nigerian online food service in Toronto, Canada. We deliver to Toronto, Concord, downtown Toronto, Etobicoke, North York, Thornhill, Vaughan, Woodbridge, Mississauga and Scarborough. Order now at yoyomialicious.com. A unique taste of Nigeria. Follow us on Instagram at yoyomialicious. Like and share this video. Nigeria to the world.
you have not done this, please do this now, okay?
All right. Thank you
I
so much.
want to appreciate everybody. Thank you so much to those who called into the panel, to those who brought violence
comment section,
in the comment section, who called in live. Those of you who are watching from your television, those of you who are listening to us on your radio.
Yeah.
We appreciate you for your time, for your ears, for your energy.
Every Saturday. Oh my God.
We appreciate you all. And we, the way this debate was going, yigi yaga yogo yogo yogo. So I had to go and change from jeans to blouse.
If you're watching this playback and our face is doing one kind, no, it's the Wi-Fi. We honestly can't do anything about it. We've changed our Wi-Fi before, it's still messing up. So take us as we are. You can hear the audio.
Yes. Please don't skip the ads when you come and watch the playback. Okay, and look out for some of our live videos that we cut into different segments to help to channel different specific topics and opinion on the debate panel where you would learn and unlearn and
grow, because we were learning a lot.
We are growing. We are learning from people.
We are learning.
Everybody's spreading their knowledge of common sense and thinking. Dissecting
opinions with common sense are welcome here. Yes.
Now we're coming to we're already at the end. This is the last day of the month of April. And until we see you next time.
We'll see you next month.
We'll see you. May you come back.
Yeah.
May you subscribe.
Bring a co-subscriber, a new person to subscribe to the channel.
And let us know that you brought a new person.
Each one
be now. You allow us to now. It's your responsibility.
Are you not tired of seeing 2 point something beside the common sense sisters?
Let us now.
Go to 3 at least.
Let us go to the third floor.
Let's go to 3 facts. Come on, we all deserve it.
Until we see you all next time.
May common sense never depart from you. Bye, everybody.